Right.
And we're live.
Hey, yeah, we are live. There should be a link there, so people should join, even though we've gotten like no viewers. What's going on today? Where is everybody?
I don't know.
Is this public? How did you find it? Through StreamYard or through YouTube?
I can see it on YouTube.
Now. Okay, yeah. All right.
I can see three of us are on here.
All right. Well, I lost a bet. Do you want to give the narrative? Do you want to say why I'm eating corn pizza today? What's going on?
All right. Hey, Annie. Hi.
Hey, welcome.
Hi.
How you doing?
All right. I just wanted to say hi. I think I'm mostly going to listen and sew because I haven't been inspired in a long time and I finally feel better. So I think I'm going to sew.
Nice.
But I just wanted to say hi.
Yeah.
I saw some of the pictures you have on what you're sewing. You're pretty good. It's really, really good what you're doing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Very impressive. Oh, I got banned on Facebook again. Yeah.
You got banned on Facebook?
Yeah, again, my new account. I just added a picture.
I know. I was so happy to see the picture because every time, other people that profile pictures have the same thing. And so my mind I visually go to that. But then it's not you, it's somebody else. And so I was like, thank God there's finally an image.
Yeah. So I just put my image and I got banned again.
Why do you think that's happening?
Well, they told me because I'm stealing data or something like that, apparently is what I did. Yeah. And I have 180 days to refute it. But when I go to do it, the CAPTCHA doesn't work. So whatever, I'll have to make a new account again. Yay.
Do you think they're targeting? Do you think they're targeting accounts with Israel IP addresses?
Maybe. Huh. I don't know.
Weird.
I still see your account and like your post, but you can't get into your account anymore.
No, I can't get in. Yeah. Hey, why don't I just share what's going on there?
Yeah, that's interesting. Like, do you get an email or something? I've never been banned on Facebook.
Oh, no, I'm back in. What the hell?
He's back.
Never mind.
Oh,
false alarm.
I'm back. I don't know what happened. Well, I sent them some emails and stuff. Maybe that'll work. Yeah, they're like impossible to contact. All right, I'm back. Never mind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That must have happened in the last hour.
So I've just been editing a beast of a video. I haven't been inspired and I hadn't made a video in a couple weeks, but I've gotten so many new subscribers. So I felt like pressure.
Oh, wow.
Well, I mean, like I'm finally over 500. I don't try at all. I've had this YouTube channel for like 4 or 5 years and I've finally made it over 500. But
well, you're growing quicker than me.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, I've had my channel for like, I don't know, 14 years. How long have I had my channel?
Oh, yeah. Yours has grown. Yeah, but you have more subscribers than me. But yeah, and finally, so I made a video about the experience with the creepy client, just to like process it.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. And yeah, that's
it's a beast because like this doesn't usually happen, but I filmed it and it was like 45 minutes of footage. Just because it was so.
You didn't film the creepy client, just to be clear. You filmed your.
Yeah, just what happened. I didn't like say. I didn't say his name or anything because that's against the law. But
yeah.
So yeah, and then I was having some technical difficulties. I thought I lost like 90 minutes of editing, and it took like another 90 minutes to recover it. Because like my Filmora subscription got messed up. So yeah, I'm down about like maybe 27 minutes now. And I'm
good. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, but still it's like, who's gonna watch 27 minutes? But it's salacious. So maybe
I mean that's half of the average length of my videos. Just saying.
I mean, yeah, these are like 4 hours long and some people watch them, so you're okay.
Yeah. They don't watch the whole thing, to be fair. The average watch time on these videos are 20 minutes. So
oh really? Wow. And it's just a rare breed that like hangs out and watches it for all 7 hours.
I guess. Yeah.
Rare breed.
Well, I mean, the purpose of these ones specifically is more for just the hangout. It's less to, have it as a video.
Yeah. I think I've watched all of them. Like sometimes I have an appointment, a client coming, and so then later on I just watch it on 2x speed, and I think I watched every minute of it. Like it's kind of sometimes boring and then occasionally interesting. So I don't know.
That's a good description.
You just kind of
We'll call it. That's the new name for our podcast. Sometimes boring, occasionally interesting.
Yeah. Sometimes boring, sometimes nothing, but a lot of times it's everything.
I wanted
there
to
you go.
ask about my friend I've asked you about before, Seth Fransman. He's a journalist in Israel.
Oh, okay.
And he has had quite a few posts about people just being kind of bullies and violent. Like he's out with his son around Israel, you know, like all over, because the whole country is the size of the state that I live in. So he's all over the place. But he'll have his son with him and like encountering men that are just being kind of bullies. And then he's getting really frustrated and he's saying like, I'm going to leave. I'm going to move back. He's like, from
it's like a culture shock. Yeah, they're not bullies. It's just the culture, I think.
He's lived there. Well, see, I was just wondering, he's lived there for 20 years, maybe. You know, he's an established, you know, journalist. But I was just wondering, like, if it's some confirmation bias or if it's his type. I'm just really curious about, like, why is he noticing this over and over again to the point where he's, you know, thinking about leaving the country?
I don't know. I'd have to talk to him.
Yeah.
Sounds like a reductionistic explanation for sure of what's going on.
Yeah, it kind of just seems like a confirmation bias thing. Like a couple of things happened and now he's just like seeing it everywhere. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, Claire.
Hello.
Claire with no hair.
There's still some hair. All right.
I'm good. Over.
Over.
Well,
so what's up? Over. No, I'm just kidding. I'll stop.
Yeah. So I don't know if anyone made the connection, but there's a 7-Eleven there because of the date. That's what David is doing. That's what's up.
Clever.
You like that? It's also his sister's birthday. So happy birthday to your sister, David.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Happy birthday. My birthday's tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. A lot of birthdays in July.
Russ's birthday is on Monday.
Oh, congrats, guys. Well,
yeah.
Lots of birthdays. So what was happening 9 months previous? What month was it? 9 months ago?
November?
Oh, yeah.
Why?
Thanksgiving, I guess.
Because that's when they would have been conceived. I was just curious.
Oh, I see. All right. Okay.
So maybe the weather got a little
cold.
They were feeling romantic. You know, nothing to do. No outdoor sports to do. So they were just indoors chilling, making the best of the time.
Well, I'm so glad everybody has joined us. I have a little channel change. So last stream, Benjamin made a bet to me that he lost, and I had to prove it to him. So we were talking about the biggest scams.
We didn't actually make the bet because you didn't agree, but it's a trap. So
it was a trap. He fell into his own IJ spiderweb, and what happened was I coined a term. We were talking about capitalism, and Benjamin said capitalism. So good.
Just to be clear.
What is it? I can't be clear. What's the clearness? What
the clearness is you coined the actual sensory of the term.
That's right.
That's what you did. Yes.
It just came out of nowhere after I heard the definition.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
I was like, what would be something that allows for other scams? It's a gateway scam, right?
Right.
So
capitalism is a gateway scam.
And then you're like, no, I said it first. I'm like, you didn't say it first.
I coined the term. Yeah.
No, I said the term first. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Okay. And then I proved them wrong. I sent him an edited video of just.
Yeah. Do you want to play the video?
Yeah, sure. Let's play the video.
All right. Let's make this humiliation completely what's it called? Official. There we go.
Official. Okay. Official humiliation. Make a post about it on Facebook. Whatever you got to do.
And this is great because this is a precedent. Next time you're gonna have pineapple pizza. I don't care how many corn pizzas I have to eat. You're gonna have a pineapple pizza eventually. It's gonna happen.
All right, it's called I said it first. That's here we go. Same sort of thing. Like, Can you hear it?
Capitalism. The reason why capitalism is such a good scam is it allows so many other.
All right.
Yeah, it's not playing through well.
Like,
Well, capitalism. The reason why capitalism is such a good scam is because it allows so many other scams.
Yes, exactly.
It allows for other scams.
That's
a
right.
Gateway scam.
It's a
gateway
gateway.
scam. Yeah, like water. It's a gateway drug.
I just coined a new term. Capitalism is a gateway scam. My new term.
That's right.
Gateway scam.
You just coined it.
I'm not gonna do anything with that, but
The build up.
the world heard it from me first.
I like how you just claim the term by saying I coined it.
No, I said
No, you can just rewind the video, man. Just watch it.
But I
All right,
fucking
okay,
said it
all right.
first.
So here we go.
Okay.
All right. So here's my punishment. It's a corn on pizza.
What? How did you get that? You made it?
No, I ordered it. That's what they do here in Israel. They have corn on pizza.
Oh, you ordered it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, I don't want to see this. Okay, go ahead. Oh
Disgusting.
That
no.
was fast.
Absolutely horrible.
I don't think I would mind it.
You wouldn't mind it? It's
Mm.
gross. It's like sweet on. I don't know.
I don't think I'd mind it either. Maybe I'll have to try it.
I mean, I like corn with feta, like a salad. But yeah, this wouldn't be my favorite. But I do like sweet things. I like pineapple on pizza. I think
Oh,
it's-
there you go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
See, that would be my punishment. Would be pineapple on pizza.
It just doesn't go together. It's not supposed to be on.
I don't know. Ice cream pizza.
All right, channel
or, you
change.
know. All right, channel change. You got to stop thinking about the pizza.
I broke my headset today, or like this week. It's broken.
Oh wow, I see. It still works though, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
So
yeah.
have your
Today,
weekend.
yeah. Who would like to say whatever? I'll just
Go
start.
for it, David. Yeah.
Yeah. So I had a weekend, and in that weekend, I got to hang out with my friend. He got back from Germany, and he showed me a bunch of his pictures, and he's he's I can't focus. My FB's getting triggered. Yeah, so it was like a really big consume story, like showing me all his photos. He had probably over 1,000, and he just go through and not narrow anything down, talking about each photo, each details, all the museums and everything. He went from Germany. He saw. He was at
A big consume story.
the Spire.
You had to
He
go
was at
through
the
all the
consume
consume
story.
with it. Yeah.
Yeah. We started at like 9 o'clock, and then we ended at like 1:30. So we just the entire consume story. And I remember a consume last walked in, like, well, this is like not narrowed down. Like, there's no
Yeah.
story here. I'm like, what's
Right.
going on? And then like they could stay for like 15 minutes, and they're like, all right, I gotta go to bed, and they left. But no, I enjoyed it as a safer consume. I see how it's really long and really like drawn out, and he's got his own little like thing for his every single video. I think it's cool, but yeah, it's what Blast Last looks like. I just gotta experience that for about 4.5 hours. Like just internalize. Yeah, this is what
All right.
this is what it's like, for someone to be Blast Last. This is what it feels like. This is what's going through their head. I'm trying to figure that out more, I guess. So yeah, that was a Saturday,
Nice.
and then yeah, and then I got to hang out with him. He turned 21 2 days ago. So that was
Beer.
interesting. Yep, I bought him some Modelo's as a present.
Nice. Claire, how was your week other than joining the army?
It's good. I'm really sore. My muscles are sore, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. I was waterboarded the other day. And pepper
Just
sprayed.
going with it.
He's going with, I mean, with the haircut and everything, I'm like, I was believing it. I was like, wait, did he actually join the army or something? Like, what's going on?
No. I've been walking a lot though, like 10,000 steps at least every day. Today's
Yeah.
the first time I'm taking
Good.
a break for like maybe 6 weeks.
Why?
Sore.
Why are
All
you
day.
no, not why are you taking a break? Why are you walking so much?
I just well, I started because I was reminded about like the GPS games, like Pokemon Go.
Mhm.
Okay.
I was reminded of that. So then I found one, and then like it rewards you in the game for walking up to 10,000 steps. And then so I just started doing that every day. And then I realized how much I loved the freedom of like, because I started to walk and just kind of like kind of let go. Because before I would go for a walk and I'd be like, oh, I'm supposed to be doing something else, or oh, like, you know. But now I'm just like, holy shit, I can just walk for like an hour and a half and just like be free, you know. So I just keep doing it.
You can, yeah. Where do you walk?
Anywhere. I try to kind of go in like a more of a circle around.
And so what, your hair was getting in the way?
No.
Okay.
No. Well, you know, the things I do like that tend to be like a big combo. So it's kind of hard to give you.
Right.
I'm not going to give you like a.
Was it a big decision to cut all? Because that was long. That was not short.
Yeah. It was surprisingly a smooth decision. But yeah, no, I definitely miss my hair. But it was more like I saw like something else that I wanted. And then I went for that, even though I'm going to miss the hair. Because I'll get it back.
Yeah. No,
Did you turn it into a wig for somebody?
Yeah, kind of actually, yeah. Because my brother is my brother has balded, so.
Hey, Sadette, you should jump on too.
I made like a ponytail, and then I brought it to him, and he like he put it. Him and my mom put the ponytail in like a cap, like, and then so there's just like a ponytail sticking out at the back, and then he showed his wife, and she just like couldn't stop laughing, so that was fun.
That's really weird. Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird, but it's you have to like see. You have to.
So you have a sister and a brother?
Yeah. Nice. You have to see what my brother's like to like get why it's funny.
Okay.
And he's always wanted hair, so it's just kind of like it is a weird joke, but yeah, sister and brother.
Are you the oldest brother, or what's the birth order?
Yeah, I'm the oldest. My brother and I are 2 years apart, and we would like, you know, wrestle all the time. And then my sister's 6 years apart from me.
Cool. And Annie's week we're going to learn about in your video when you publish it. When you get it down to 15 minutes, what's the goal? 15?
No, I'm so close to the end. It's going to have to be, I think it's going to be over 25. There's nothing I can do about it. I just needed to process. So yeah. I think I will be able to upload it today. I'm almost done. So it'll probably publish like this evening.
Yeah. It sucks that you have creepy clients. Does that happen often?
No, that hadn't happened in about 10 years. And so that was one of the reasons that really caught me off guard. But it used to happen a lot more when I was younger. I think because I was younger, maybe like naive, you know, like maybe more of a target. Also maybe just prettier, you know, like in my 20s. Or like not necessarily that, but just when you're a middle-aged woman, you're just less fuckwithable. You know, like people generally know that, you know, middle-aged women aren't going to put up with shit. I don't know. But yeah, it hadn't happened in a while, and so really caught me off guard and was terrible. so yeah, I want to just like thoroughly process it and whatever. And it might be interesting for people, like a slice of life, you know, what it's like to be a massage therapist, what kinds of things can come up, literally.
Get the proof now. Let's go.
Yeah. And I even like as I'm editing it, I'm like, I thought it described exactly how the guy was getting creepy, and then I sort of stopped short and I could have given a little bit more graphic details. And I think I was just uncomfortable, and I thought like that's enough. But as I'm editing it, I feel like, oh, maybe I should put a little clip in about like, oh, and then he did this next, because I feel like I need to justify. Like
You could also be like, it got worse.
I'm double deciding so much in my mind as I'm working
Right.
with this guy, like giving him the benefit of the doubt because he's being like slyly creepy. It's like an insidious thing, ratcheting up the creepiness over time. And so I have to keep giving him the benefit of the doubt, and which is just a mind fuck.
Right. I mean, I keep running into the same thing with Demon NI, where like I know where this is going. I know I didn't have your situation, right? But there's situations where it's like, okay, I know where this is going. I know where this is going to end up, but it hasn't ended up there yet. And so I can't justify doing anything outside of the ordinary. And maybe I can force my way out of this pattern, but no, it always ends up happening. And so it's like, I wonder how it sounded like it was similar for you. So like,
yeah, I was, even I had spoken to the guy on the phone before I met him. And I remember when he got out of his car and I saw his face, I was immediately like thinking his face doesn't match his voice. And I'm not sure about this guy. It was just immediate gut reaction. And it's hard to know, especially if you are someone that double decides a lot. It's hard to know if those gut reactions are true. Or, in that moment, I was really overworked and kind of run down and feeling used up. And so I was thinking like, don't judge this guy too harshly. You're just burned out. You're just burned out right now this week. Like, just give him a chance. But that was my immediate reaction. And I had several of those moments where I was like, just telling myself, keep an eye on this guy. You got to watch him closely because he's acting a little weird.
And you do a thumbs down like this on your camera?
See, I don't know.
Up higher? Go like this? I don't know. Something, because like it only happens to you where you get thumbs up and thumbs down.
I know, and it happened in a Zoom meeting the other day, like when we were talking about something like kind of serious, and I was like, why is this happening?
It's like a filter you got there.
No, maybe I got like crumbs in my keyboard or something, and something weird is happening.
Yeah,
I
think
because I remember I saw you do a thumbs up on your shoulder or something like that, like not on purpose. And then the thumbs up came. I don't know. All right, never mind.
Oh, I did some sort of motion.
Yeah, you did some sort of motion and it came up, and I'm like, oh, what's going on?
Yeah, it's my FI poltergeist. Sometimes my FI is so strong, like it's like I'm really angry. I feel like books are gonna fly off the shelves and mirrors are gonna crack. So maybe it was like my vibe was, poltergeisting the technology.
I have no idea maybe you have some sort of program that runs for your webcam that does that when it records. It does that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but no, it happened here, and it also happens on Zoom.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Maybe it's like a Mac thing.
A Mac thing.
Yeah.
That's true. It could be a Mac thing. Macs are weird.
Yeah, because they're trying to be so, clever and intuitive and intelligent that they do all kinds of stupid shit you don't want them to do.
Yeah, probably like a setting or something. How's it going, Joko? Welcome.
Mm-hmm. Remember one other person that he changed a lot on his video. It was Adele. He did a bunch of different tricks, but he probably figured out how to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and he's doing it by accident. She's shocked every time it happens.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So what's your take on the whole Dave trying to figure out masculine anything?
Oh.
What's going on? Because I don't pay attention.
His last Thursday class. Well, he's just been trying to figure out.
He's been doing it for a couple weeks now. Yeah.
He said 6 months. And that's kind of true. I kind of remembered him talking about it at least 6 months ago. So I'm trying to figure out because he's trying to write the profiles and whatever, and so he's like, I don't really know that much about masculinity. Let me go like deep dive on this, and so he's been doing that a lot.
It's really weird because he went to the ENTPs, but a lot of what he's describing is TI. So I'm just like, you got your wires crossed a little bit here, buddy.
Yeah, because he's not learning so much from the ENFPs. He's like, oh, the ENFPs are just goofy. Done. He's like, there's NE's branches. Like he's trying
Claire,
to.
I like what your thought there, Claire.
I think that he might be mistyping TI and FI when it's an NE person. Actually, I don't know. It just gets. I'm trying to figure this out too, because for example, like there's like Jack Black, SE or
Right.
NE. It's weird to me.
They got him as SE, yeah, SE.
But and then there's like John Green, who's like I thought he was FI, but he's put as TI. And then there's like I don't know. It just feels there's some things that I'm not like. I'm not right. I'm not talking about Dave right now. I'm talking about my like trying to understand. But yeah, no, you have to put it as separate because like I think.
But like not basing it off ENFPs because they're goofy. That's so anecdotal.
Well, I think NT is quite different than NF because NT is very like I don't know. I think of it like this is something I was thinking about that SF.
So grab any TEs.
I don't know. It's it obviously what we're saying is it has to be distinct. We have to make
yeah. No, yeah, because I think he's really getting mixed up with TI. He showed like diagrams of one of the community members did or whatever. And it's like those are the same as my diagrams. We do the same thing, and I don't have any. How are you saying that's any? Like,
yeah, it's a lot of his TI. A lot of it's just like
it
is a lot of TI. I mean, he's learning more about specifically NETI if it's masculine. Like that's what he's deep diving on. He's not deep diving on any FI. If he did, he could get somewhere. But yeah, he's more or less NE and just NE and plus TI, which should be my savior.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, I guess it's like a no-brainer. Like you have like a mixed signal that you're getting, so you need to get a masking signal to clean it up, right?
Yeah,
like if you do, yeah.
To figure out what NE is, you have to do NE and TI and NE and FI. Find the middle of that.
Subtract the two. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
A time when I really noticed the difference between masculine and feminine was, Shannon. She's an ENFP and she's a massage therapist. So when I watched her interview with you, I was like, damn, that's masculine and E.
She dealt with me. What did she do with me?
It was just an interview.
Oh, in the interview. Okay, all right.
Yeah, but I could really see the difference between me and her because my NE is not super noticeable, I don't think. Or not as not as jumping from lily pad to lily pad like hers is.
Yeah. The masculine NE will just jump because it's not tied down to a sensory, so it just like it hears like. Do
you feel like you have an idea of? Do you feel like you have an idea of all of the concepts all of the time? The way you're saying, like you are seeing all of the concepts very clearly all the time.
What do you mean? Like,
I don't know what I mean. I don't know. What does he mean?
I think the thing that I liked the best was that I think I know who sent the slides in. I have a really strong guess. I think it was a guy that's NEFE, and he's Sleep Blast. He's Play Consume Blast, and that'd be my guess. And I just thought that probably one of the best things he said was like he's like, I know all the concepts, but I don't know how I got there. Like that's what I see with NE. Like I don't know how I got here, but I'm missing the SI steps that I got here. Like I don't. That's what's missing is the SI. How did I get here? How do I know all this? I don't know. I'm just here on this. I'm here on this podcast talking about ops, but like I guess I started learning it 3 years ago, and then like I ended up here.
Yeah, but now you're gonna have to go through the SI to get.
And I have the SI. I just like I don't feel like sharing it. I feel like I know and I could take time. I could double observe that I can get into the SI, but I'm like, no, it's just you can understand it. Like, yeah, I just started learning it and then I'm here, I guess. I don't know. But that's not
I have to sit down and concentrate and write it out, to get the SI to like prove something to someone else, like to blast it. If I just turn on the camera and start talking, I'll just jump and I'm missing out a lot of the details that would support the connection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you wake up at a 7-Eleven and you just know where you are. No problem.
Is this it?
You know why a burger and a coffee is 99 cents?
Yeah, because like they were 99, like they just were
You went to the
99 cents.
past. Yeah.
Well, you don't have to know why. You just know that it is like that. You're willing to just take it, like immediately. You know, it's like
It's very hard. It's hard to describe what masculine NE is. I feel like in the video he's trying to differentiate it between his NI. But he's like trying to like even like the most bottom line I feel like I get to is that he's trying to figure out what masculine NE is in an NI way. If that makes any sense. Maybe Sadet can help me out. Like I'm not trying to figure out NE like in this way. But yeah.
Right.
Hello, Sadet.
Because when he tried to figure out TI, he did it in an FI way. He's like, oh, it's a rage when people are wrong. I can get that. Let me access the rage at things being
Right.
wrong.
Right. He's like,
It's like,
yes,
that's not
I can
TI.
understand.
That is
He's
not
like trying to
TI, it's not a
understand
rage.
NE and like how NE figures out the plan and the pathway. I'm like,
Right.
I don't know. I think there's a lot more to NE. Your masculine NE is amazing at seeing the true pattern, whatever that means. But feminine
Are you looking
SI
at
is
the definition?
horrible. Yeah, I remember how they got there. Yeah, how did I come to this conclusion? Yeah, that's feminine SI. It's like you got lost while discovering space. You know exactly where you are, but have no idea how you got there. That's how I see it. I know where I am, but I don't know how I got here. But yeah, masculinity. We'll figure it out.
Barnum
someday.
effect, right? I could say the same thing. It's
I know. It's like I could just be believing that, and then yeah. But
how you
I
doing,
don't know.
Sadet?
I don't
How's
gotta
life?
figure it out. Sadet, welcome.
I
I
have.
keep saying your name wrong. You're gonna have to correct me again. Sadet.
No, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. I have put priority on friendship before my goals, and now I'm regretting it. So,
Are you regretting putting
something
priority on
like
friendship because you're here with us?
over. No, not now. But
Oh,
yeah, I chose attending to my friend's wedding back in Turkey over taking the exams in certain date, and I had to come back to Italy and take the exams, and I failed because I only had 3 days to study for 3 exams. So now I have to retake them on September, and I'm like, maybe I shouldn't have gone to a wedding. So, but yeah,
that's cool. Where in Italy are you at?
in Bologna.
Cool. Do you do a lot of touring when you're there?
Am I doing what?
Are you doing a lot of touristy stuff when you're in Italy too?
I actually didn't really get a chance to do all the touristy stuff because like I'm living off of scholarship, so there's not like.
Are you learning Italian?
Yeah,
Nice.
I mention this last time I come here. I think
You might have. Yeah.
I think I said that I'm like learning languages, but I didn't specify.
Yeah, right. You're learning languages. Yeah.
My friend, I talked about before that I was going on walks with.
Yeah.
I didn't hear from him for like 60 days, and then he finally got back to me, and I think we're gonna hang out. But the only thing I know about him is that he's blast last, and he lost his job, and so.
Oh, no.
I like back in January, and I knew like this dude's gonna have a hard time looking for a job and like moving on that. And he still doesn't have a job. And so the whole time I didn't hear from him for like 60 days or more. Like I checked in, but I didn't know how much to check in. And
Right.
I kind of figured he was depressed, And so he finally got back to me, and like he was depressed. He said he had a major depressive episode. So like I just don't know, like we're not super close. So I don't know how much to push with like checking in with people,
I think you did good. Yeah, you did good. You gave him the space he needed. Yeah.
But he's been doing one of our conversations we had several months ago. I was describing Blast to him and like how I think he's Blast last, and he was talking about wanting to start doing live streaming. And so we kind of talked through that, and I was like, yeah, you just have to do it. And because of that conversation, he started doing it, and he's been doing it ever since. And So yeah, I just checked in with him recently, and we were talking about getting together and doing some kind of live stream together. So
Cool.
that would be fun.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, it sounds very Blast Last to just disappear for 60 days.
Yeah,
Yeah.
also, like, sometimes I email him and he doesn't get back to me for like 3 weeks. And the first time he did that, I was genuinely worried. I just thought, like, maybe he's dead. Like, because I'm very responsive.
Maybe he's dead.
I get back to people right away. So it was making me nervous. But anyway, I'm just glad because he lives so close that he can walk over to my house. And so I'm just excited to have an in-person friend. Maybe we can hang out a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In-person friends. What are those?
Oh.
As we're online.
Yeah, that's like the big question you'll see, on Facebook. I saw it yesterday. Do you feel, since the invention of the internet, and social media, do you feel more connected or less connected? And like for me personally, I feel way more connected because I don't have to
way less.
Like I guess for me, because there's easy access to meeting people and having conversations, but I don't have to leave my house, so being play last, it's like hard for me to get myself to move and go out. But if I'm just comfortable and at home, then I'm more likely to reach out and cultivate relationships. So it's been good for me.
But when I interact with people in person, it feels way more satisfying than online interactions.
Yeah.
So I would prefer like once a month in person in person talk to like online, because you could be texting or you could be writing on chat for hours and hours and you still don't get that.
Yeah, text. I feel really disconnected with text. Audio and video is a lot better for me. But yeah, I would like to have enough in-person interactions to actually be able to compare and contrast that and say, that I do prefer, in-person stuff, but it just hasn't happened.
I think another thing like difficult to assess for me with friendship is that, okay, you are like from 1 to 10, you're like friendship level 6 for me. What am I for you? Because there were a couple of times where I didn't assess it correctly and I was like, oh, we are best friends, and the other person's like, no, we're just talking. So it felt so like bad. So right now I'm like more cautious. Another like that's why it's hard for me. Like you cannot even ask this. Are we best friends now? Like I don't know. It feels cringy to ask directly.
Yeah. I mean, there's some people that have like so many friends, right? And you like if they're your only friend, they're obviously going to be way more important to you than you are to them.
Yeah.
Putting all your eggs in one basket.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I've been on like a lot of different sides of that, where like there was time where I just cared about everyone and tried to make a connection to such a point that like I had what felt like 10 best friends. But then like some of those friends, I was their only best friend. But then I've also had no friends. And then when I talk to, or like there's someone that maybe there's someone I want to be friends with, but they're not, as for whatever reason, it's not the same. So I've also felt that. And then it's like, yeah, I think, but there's some people who just don't even see the idea of best friend in the first place. Like I can imagine like, I feel like I've experienced like INFJs to be kind of, I don't know. Maybe that's me forming patterns. I know I've had friends who like just mentioning best friend, it's just doesn't make sense to them. But then other people where they only want one best friend and that's their best friend, And then there's me where I'm just like, everyone's my best friend. So
I feel like the reason I just want one or maybe two is because it's a big responsibility and I'm just not very social. So I don't want to have so many friends that, they ask you to go out all the time and you just don't have the energy. And so you say no, and then eventually they stop asking. I can only manage like one or two. That's all I can handle.
But what happens is when they stop asking, to like go out, asking you to go out with them, and then you say no, 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 and then they stop asking. And after a while, you're like, why no one is inviting me to places? And then you feel lonely afterwards.
Yeah, I don't ever feel that anymore because it's just been my pattern for so long. I might have felt that way when I was younger, but I was like, nope, this is my fault. I did this because I said no. So I understand why it's happening. And I'm pretty content to just stay home and work on projects. I'm pretty happy entertaining myself. So
I still have that dilemma of when I'm with people, I'm like, I could be working on something, and when I'm on my own working on something, everyone else is having fun, they're making friends and living life, and I'm just here all alone by myself. So
yeah,
it's still a trap.
that's why this friend is so cool, because he was throwing out ideas. He was like, we could do a live show, or like I could come over to your studio and we could just make collages. I was like, yeah, let's sit and talk and make collages, because then, I'm crafting, or, he would come over and like do a sewing project with me or something, So maybe it's like just a crafty kind of, I like working side by side with people to create something,
TE bonding. There you go.
Yeah.
I think you just like, I see it like I just make a bunch of distinctions between like when I go, like there's different things where it's like I have a friend who I know, it's like very reliable. I've been friends with this person since grade 9, and there's then that's great to have. And then there's also like if I go for a walk, then there's going to be strangers that I walk by, and then that almost like gives me like human. Or if I go to the grocery store for some reason too, it's just there's people. It's just sharing with like that's part too. And then there's like Discord servers, or just somewhere online if you know how to help someone with something. Like people are asking questions and you can help them, or you can ask questions and people will help you. So that's a form of And then there's like audio video, which is also really good. And then there's also in person, like hanging out, like whatever activity, or just I don't know. Some people I know, they just want someone to watch a movie with them. I don't know, something.
Yeah, there's people researching like connection, and how they always say you live longer if you have good friendships and connections with people. And then I heard this researcher talking about like, yeah, that's true, but not everyone is that social. And there's this other thing that can be really fulfilling, which is just a sort of, these are the people in my neighborhood sort of connections. And I was so happy to hear that, because that feels more comfortable to me. I can't manage a whole lot of close relationships, but I really love when I go to the grocery store, I see the same checker every time. Her name's Nadine. And just like saying hi and talking about the weather, I get a lot of fulfillment out of that. Or just like knowing my neighbors that are around me and just saying hi, talking about dogs, talking about the weather. I was really glad to hear the researcher saying that, because I don't want to die early because I don't have the right kind of human fulfilling connections with people.
It's just a weird perspective for me, because it's like whether the researcher said it or not, the truth is still the truth.
Yeah,
And
I mean, I feel confident in it. It was just like he was confirming what I was
confirming, yeah.
what I was believing. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like those diets that people start pushing. I don't know. Back in the 80s, there was this one kind of diet, and now there's like they just keep saying, "Oh, this diet is really great," and now it's really bad, or this thing is really healthy for you, and then it becomes not healthy. And it's just like it was always healthy or unhealthy. We're just rolling through that cycle of all in, and I don't know, being polarized on stuff like that.
Yeah, and it's just with diet, it's just the blind leading the blind. I don't think everyone has it totally. And people really do seem to react differently. Yeah, I mean, I was a vegetarian for a really long time, and it was just a blood sugar thing. It was harder for me to be lean when I was vegetarian, because my blood sugar would spike and then go down. And so when I do low carb, I'm just like literally not hungry. And so it's easier to be lean because my blood sugar is just like flat the whole time. So yeah, everyone's different.
Yeah, I tried that. I don't think it works for me, at least. Or maybe I would have to try it multiple times for my body to get used to it.
Oh, the low carb. Yeah, it
Yeah.
takes, yeah, it feels rough at first, but then once you're adapted, it's really convenient. Like for me, when I'm working all day, I can work for like 6 hours and not think about eating a snack. It's not even on my mind because I'm not hungry.
Yeah, I like that state of like the body's in where it's not just like craving sugar all the time, but like it wants fat. But then I was eating too much like cheese and dark chocolate.
Yeah, I could do, because if things really change, I could do vegetarian. I would just do like more beans, not so much bread, more avocados. I could do it. I mean, I know I could do it because I've done it before. So I would just try to do it in a lower carb way.
Yeah, I just have to keep track.
Anyway, boring. I can talk about food and nutrition all day long. I know the caloric content of every single food. So
Yeah. Do you know the caloric content of those donuts right over there?
Oh God.
it's been a long time. I mean, when I eat a donut like once a year, I just don't think about the caloric content, but I think they're like 200 calories each, maybe.
What about a
Sounds
corn
about right.
pizza?
Yeah,
A
Binyamin's
slice-
corn pizza.
I
What
mean,
is
Where's
it?
the rest of it, Binyamin?
Yeah, that slice of pizza was probably, 200 something. It depends.
Wait, I have a question. What are you gonna do with the 7 other slices?
Yeah, it was.
I cheated a little bit. I ordered half the pizza tomatoes and half the pizza corn. So there's not actually 7 other slices. There's
Yeah.
3 other slices.
3 other slices. Go give them to a homeless man.
I think my favorite pizza, like my go-to, is just onions and tomatoes. That's it. It's pretty good like that. But I always go for the cauliflower crust pizza.
Mhm.
So it doesn't have any actual like grains in it.
Yeah. Yeah, no. There's a pizza place called Blaze Pizza, and it has the cauliflower crust for like $4 extra. It's kind of expensive, but
I don't even know what that is. Cauliflower.
it's like
crust.
Subway. Like
Sure.
The
Yeah.
sandwich. So the sandwich restaurant of Subway they make your sandwich in front of you, and then
Okay.
Blaze Pizza is a similar thing where they make your pizza in front of you. You could like build your own pizza.
You just tell them the toppings you want on it.
Yeah, right. It's not.
Yeah.
And then they toss it into an oven, and it's done in like 5 minutes.
Yeah,
it's great.
That's pizza. That's what pizza's like. So what's
That's
the
what pizza's like.
cauliflower crust?
Oh, well, I do it frozen. We do cauliflower, or we do pizza like once a month, just when Russ is lazy, or if he works really hard, because he's the dinner guy. So it's just like easy to have those in the freezer. And he gets one with meat and like regular. And the cauliflower, I've made cauliflower crust before. I can't remember because it's been a while, but it's like you would put the cauliflower in a food processor and
It's like actual cauliflower.
Yeah. And
okay.
You would bind it together with maybe a little egg and Parmesan. And I like it really flat, but this frozen one I get, it's it might have a little bit of tapioca.
So like the whole dough is cauliflower dough?
Yeah, I mean, the frozen, when I make it homemade, it's really clean and simple. But the frozen one probably has like tapioca flour or something in it to make it more structurally sound. And it's a very thin, like cracker kind of crust. That's how I like my pizzas. And
I'll have to look into that. Never heard of cauliflower crust before. Can you make other things with cauliflower dough? I'm sure you can.
Cauliflower is very versatile.
Yeah, a lot of people have it because it's a gluten-free option for their pizza.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You don't do gluten, David?
I do. I
Right.
just my mom doesn't do gluten, so she always gets a cauliflower crust, and it's $4 extra, which is a lot. So it's probably good that you make your own. You make your own cauliflower crust.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you like cauliflower? Just like, does anyone not like just like the cauliflower flour?
I love it roasted, just like cut
Yeah.
it up with, and then cut up an onion and put some olive oil and roast it, for like an hour at 425 or something.
Sounds
Get it
good.
kind of burned. So
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
so
good.
in my house, Russ does the dinner and he'll have carbs with his. So like he'll have rice and meat, and I'll just have like roasted cauliflower and meat. So I just have all these little substitutions that I do.
You don't eat any carbs or like very low carb?
I try to stay really low, like in ketosis, but then there's cheat days that come up like once or twice a month. Like I went to my sister's birthday party and I had birthday cake. Like I'll eat whatever just on a couple days a month. And I feel it. It makes sugar makes my heart rate higher, and the wheat kind of causes inflammation in my joints. But cake tastes good. So
I have such bad reaction to cow milk, and I developed it like later. Like I didn't have this before, but now if I actually have my coffee with cow milk, I can feel it. Like this is the first time in my life where, like, how I can have the distinction between like non-dairy milk
And
dairy
that
milk.
happens to a lot of people when they go here. It's just the lactose. So if you just switched and used cream, like heavy cream, that doesn't have lactose. So you probably wouldn't have an issue with that if it was just 100% heavy cream.
Like oat milk seems to be fine. So
Yeah.
and only time I drink milk is with my coffee. So I don't use it otherwise.
In my family, everyone makes fun of me because I talk about food, and I can talk about it for another 2 hours if you guys want to, but I feel kind of self because I started this whole food conversation, and it's probably
Yes, I noticed like we weren't actually talking about the food, but we got there somehow because of Annie's the reason.
And it's just me. I'm very food focused, and yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. You remember your food, your preferences, all sorts of stuff. You know all the SI, all the caloric intake. That's impressive.
Yeah, and I find it, I'm genuinely interested in hearing what other people eat and what they like to eat, and like what they put in their coffee, and like all these little SI details.
Yeah, right. They're all interested. They're all,
which I think is boring to most people.
I think it's boring to most people. Yeah. I have to. Do you know Penn Station, East Coast Subs? You know that it's like a sub place. No, well,
in the West.
I guess yeah, it says East Coast, so it's probably not on the West side. I was gonna say I'm getting that for dinner for my sister's birthday, and I don't know what to get. I'm looking through the menu right now. They have cold subs, hot subs, and that's about it. So I don't know.
Probably
I'm probably gonna
get
get like here, y'all.
Some kind of sub.
Take a look at the Penn Station menu. It only looks like great.
Is that like can you see like a TI versus FI distinction in that, where it's like I like talking about what food people eat, and then David's like help me figure out what to get for someone else.
I'm taking the FE here. Yeah, that's taking the.
I just feel like there's an NI we missed like way back at the beginning. I don't know how we got here, but
that's
we were talking about masculine NE, and then somehow
I know we missed something. This is masculine NE.
I know you guys are. I'm not.
Who thinks of that? I'm probably gonna have the chicken teriyaki or the chicken parmesan pizza, possibly. But if you can convince me otherwise, FIs, you could, fight me with your FI. I might get another pizza, another sub.
It all just looks like too much bread to me. Like
I
too much everything. Yeah, just too much everything.
Just the bread alone is enough calories for a meal. So I'd rather like scrape the insides out and just eat what's on the inside.
But where are the pictures for the
Come
rest?
on, that's so boring.
I know they don't have any pictures. It's like what? Okay. Anyways, I'll stop that. I had a theory. Like we're talking about cauliflower crust, so, like bringing on all this bread.
What
and,
is
like,
dogwood?
pretty gross.
What is dogwood?
What is
Yeah,
dogwood? Let me share.
Yeah.
Dagwood or dogwood? It's This is it. It's got ham, salami, pepperoni, turkey, corned beef. You know, it's got
Everything.
lettuce, tomatoes, onions, peppers, pickles, with spicy brown mustard, honey mustard. Why? It's got so much. What the?
I've never heard that.
I know.
What is like?
They
It's like
put
20
everything.
different colors. Yeah,
It just
that's
sounds
interesting.
like-
That's
And-
interesting. I couldn't get
And
that.
they made it messy for the picture too. They got all the tables all dirty. It's all
Yeah,
dripping
like,
on.
okay, place one there, one there, one there. Okay, crumbs,
Yeah, I
2
know.
crumbs here. We need to have 2
Yeah.
crumbs there. There we go.
Yeah,
Someone with SI did that, right?
they had like a
Just turned
food porn stylist.
Yeah,
Right.
the food porn guys. Like I would do that job for like a couple of days. Like I would really enjoy that. Anyone else would enjoy like making like the food, look like
They have it everywhere.
like maybe not subs. I would want to like specialize in like burgers. Like, you know what I mean? Like a burger menu. I don't
But I mean, none all this stuff is Play-Doh, right? It's not like real food.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Play-Doh. Okay. It's all processed. Yeah, that's right.
No, not processed. It's for the picture. It's not for
Yeah.
eating.
It's fake.
Oh,
It's like
yeah.
stick and modeling clay and
Right.
it's real food.
And they use paint to
I
make
think my
the
favorite
tomatoes more red and
Hmm.
My favorite one is like I'll share it here. It's the cereals because they use like glue for the milk.
Hmm.
Like that's like glue
the
right
milk and
there.
glue.
That's
Yeah,
not that's,
yeah.
that's not milk. Like that just seems so gross to me. Like to think about like here's my fruit roll ups or whatever they're
We
called.
do
Yeah.
family dinner once a month at my mom's house with my sister and her kids, and there's a theme every time, like, always a discussion. What do you guys want to eat? And I want to do a night where we just have like 10 different kinds of breakfast cereal, just cereal for dinner.
Ooh.
Because it's been such a long
Breakfast.
time. I haven't had cereal in like, I don't know, 15 years.
Yeah, that's a fun one. I don't do that all
Little,
the time.
little flying saucers. These are what the aliens are coming in on. These little flying saucers.
there are no aliens.
It's like the other day I saw Dave's post on Facebook about food. It was just some question about food, and I didn't even notice at first it wasn't current. It was like from several months ago, and then I wrote this like whole paragraph. Like I have so much to say about my food preferences.
I read that. I
Yeah.
need to remember what you said.
I don't either. Yeah, it was
Do you get that deep into preferences, Sadet, with your FI? No.
When it comes to food, no.
When it comes to what then?
I don't know.
Okay.
But not food. I'm not like I make the easy, like I just put everything into one like one plate and put it in an oven and take it out and eat. Like that's my what can be cooked in oven, that's how I cook. So
Oh,
don't
I
care.
see. Anna, you talked about how you like pineapple and other stuff on pizza. Oh, Annie's not here. But yeah, she says, I would even eat a pizza with corn on top, although that does sound a bit weird.
It does sound weird.
It does sound weird.
What about you, David? Do you have these preferences too with your SI?
Yeah. I'm I've always been very picky about food, and I don't like that. I'd rather be like more open and eat all the foods, but that's not quite how it works out. I really am like, I don't like that. I don't like that. I'm picky, and like it takes me a while to like, okay, I gotta like learn how to like grapes, learn how to like cherries. It's like a whole ass mental like game.
We're missing our S tier here. Come on, Hank, where are you at?
yeah, come
Bro.
back.
Yeah. I'll say I'd be very like picky about it. Or like when I hear someone says they, or even like with my FE, I'll be able to like when someone says they like cherry pie, like I'm gonna remember that. Like when my friend was showing me all his pictures of Germany, and he was drinking a Modelo, and he said like I really like Modelo, and he like doesn't talk about anything about beer, like he doesn't really drink beer, and so that's what made my decision. Like, oh, I'm gonna buy you beer for your 21st. That's
My
where
God.
it came from.
If I was in Germany, I wouldn't be drinking Modelo. I mean, they have some. Really good,
He wasn't. He was not in Germany. He was showing me his Germany pictures in the United States. Why
Oh.
he was when he was in Germany, he was drinking a lot of other stuff. But yeah,
Mhm. Yeah, they have some good light summer beers.
yeah. This is probably not normal, but one thing I want to try from Germany that he showed me a lot of was these paprika Doritos. I was like, I don't like Doritos normally, but like there's like a paprika flavor. I'm like, I gotta try that. Does anyone know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. They tried a wasabi flavor here for a little while and they got rid of it. I liked it, but they got rid of it.
Wasabi Doritos. Whoa.
Yeah.
Were they spicy?
Someone called for
Yeah.
a nest here.
There
Yeah,
he
we called for an
is.
Yeah,
estimate.
we got the yeah. The red
you go.
hat and the red shirt. A classic. Hank, what about you? Pineapple on pizza, couscous on pizza. What's your
Yeah, I'll
pizza
eat that.
preference?
Do you have
Couscous?
preferences, Hank?
Yeah.
For food, I don't really like cheese that much, but what else do I have preference?
Don't like cheese.
Not on pizza, not really. Not by,
Oh, maybe you are SU. Maybe you are SU. What is that? Claire, you
What's
got
your
preferences,
favorite
right?
like cuisine? Like you like Italian, like Japanese? What's
Yeah,
your
like
favorite cuisine?
I just got Chinese, American style Chinese. So, but it's gonna be like 3 different meals. I got egg young foo, I got General Tso's, and I got what's it called, the chicken. What's that?
It was a little while ago. I heard in the US you guys sell gas station sushi. I don't know what that is,
Yeah.
but that sounds really weird.
Yeah,
They would sell it at like
It's cooked
they even
sushi.
sell them at like schools.
yeah. I
No,
got
it's called
chicken
gas station
yakcha.
sushi. It's not called sushi. Everyone talks about it as gas station sushi.
Yeah, it's
Okay, I
cooked.
get it.
But yeah, chicken yaga main soup. So I have it's 3 meals worth, but it was only under $30. So
I get sushi from my local grocery store to my neighborhood, and it's sort of like an upscale grocery store, but they have actual like sushi chefs there making it,
Wow.
and it's
There you go.
affordable, but it's really good. So it's like $15.
There you go, gas station sushi.
It's
Yeah.
like all packaged.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get that from my grocery store, some that's packaged, but you can see the guys making it. They're all
Yeah.
professional, and they have their little like stand there.
yeah, an Asian guy or a Mexican guy.
It just sounds so weird to buy it from a gas station. I'm gonna go fill up my car and get some sushi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
They probably
Dad,
got
you use
sushi
the
at
boiler.
7-Eleven. No?
So that do you use your broiler?
I don't know what's broiler.
Broiler's the flame thing. The flame thing in the oven. That you
It's
use
like
Like you
the
broil
top-
like your sausage.
The upper element that gets really hot where you could like toast bread or like melt cheese, it's like the upper element.
Oh yeah. I mean, when I use oven, I just put it on both. Both up
Mm.
and down. So whatever cooks. I'm not picky.
Oh, okay. Because
I
broiler-
don't eat spinach. That's
Oh, really?
that's
I eat so much spinach. I have salad pretty much every night, and spinach has oxalic acid in it, and I realized at one point I was eating so much of it that when I go to bed at night, I have to keep getting up to pee. It like causes, and it's because I had this buildup of oxalic acid. So then I had to switch to romaine for a while and like just eat different greens because it was just way too much spinach.
Yeah, they brainwashed us with the Popeye stuff.
Papa
have
don't
too
eat
much.
spinach all the time.
I
And
mean,
he doesn't
it's good for
he doesn't sell spinach as Popeyes, ironically. So
Claire, you got preferences? You've been silent.
Yeah.
Yeah, you identify with having preferences?
You got preferences.
Right. I've identified my preferences. Yeah.
Yeah.
I really love food. The grocery store is one of my favorite things, or just anything. Well, that's just because that's where I go to get food. But anywhere where, being on a farm would be amazing.
Like a market?
Have
Have you been to a market before?
I care more about the ingredients. Markets are, I don't know, whatever. I don't care.
All right.
It's just the food. Like I like the ingredients. So like talking in terms of preference about like, do I like Italian food, or like do I like this kind of meat? Like going to a restaurant and having like this cuisine. Like I don't care about cuisine that much. I enjoy it. It's just like it's
You
just
like specific
enjoying cuisine.
foods. You like
Like,
specific
I like
foods.
yeah, I like the food, like the. So the way I cook is kind of funny because it's like there's usually only like 2 or 3 ingredients involved, and then the rest is just flavor it.
Meh.
There's more than 2 or 3.
Yeah, when I'm looking for food, I'm looking for like something specific. Like for some reason, I really want blueberries, something like that. But there's certain things that I really love food.
Yeah, there's certain things like they don't eat a couple of ingredients, like salted peanuts. That's fine with 2 ingredients. But,
so like pregnant women all have SIFI. Is that what's going on?
Yeah, I'm basically like that.
You're basically like that, yeah.
Yeah.
What about oatmeal? What's your take on oatmeal?
I actually like it, but it spikes my blood sugar so much, like astronomical. I've tested it before. Yeah, I think it tastes okay.
It's better than grits, but I wouldn't go all the way to get
it. I love them.
I wouldn't go all the way to eat either of them. Maybe we'll eat an oatmeal cookie, but otherwise, I don't really care for it. Or any kind of cereal, really. I don't like any cereal right now.
No, you don't like any cereal? I can't believe that.
All right, believe what you want.
I just like granola. You know, of all of the processed, really, cereals that are marketed towards kids, like they're really good and fun, but I just love a bowl of granola, especially if you're backpacking. If you're hiking a lot of miles and then you wake up, it's just everything tastes so good when you're really hungry.
Yeah, I used to like granola more.
Yeah.
Pretty much the only thing granola that I'll probably go out of my way to eat would be when those honey granola bars that are soft. Even I don't go for them that often anymore. So.
You make like your protein. Does anyone make protein like power balls with granola and like honey and peanut butter and chocolate and oats?
The more specific you get, the more no's you're gonna get.
I made one once.
I mean, generally, like
yes, but I don't use honey, so I have to say no. I'm sorry.
What do you use to make your power protein ball?
I don't make power balls. No,
especially that.
No power balls.
I make a kind of a fuel bar for convenience, like if I'm really busy and I don't have time to stop and eat, and it's like cocoa butter, coconut butter, which is like the whole pulverized. I don't know if you guys have that.
Yeah.
Yes.
I use it for popcorn.
Yeah. And protein powder, like 0 carb protein powder and cacao nibs. And it just
nice.
And it's just like these, like a little square is like 200 calories, just loaded with fat and protein and no carbs. And yeah, those are convenient. Anyway,
it will be.
We're talking about food, man. This is the longest I've talked about food.
Yeah. I've been trying to stay out of grocery stores because during COVID, I always spent on grocery store stuff because I not end up using all the materials. So I'm actually spending less money going to restaurants at the moment. So,
what's a food that you can't like live without?
Peanuts. I can't live without those. And in fact, and that's my emergency food. So if we having trouble, yeah.
I think yogurt for me.
Yogurt's good. Yeah, probably blueberries is hard.
You had to beat Hank with something more weird than peanuts.
Well, how is that more weird than peanuts?
It's not more weird. They're equally wonderful.
I guess there's a lot of more other options for fruit.
It's more like staples you can't live without, but these aren't staples. These are like.
Well, I can live without like because I wouldn't mind not eating carbs. I could live like that, probably, maybe. I don't know. As long as
but blueberries, no.
Blueberries
No.
are a must.
Because I'll be eating fruit, and then over time, it's just building up. They're not blueberries. It's just gonna build up, and it's just gonna get to a point where it's like every time I eat fruit, like I'm never getting the blueberries.
So just don't eat the fruit then, and then you're fine, right?
But then I can't eat fruit.
It's gonna be a tidal wave. Man. He has his own tidal wave.
But if you do a low carb diet, you can still have a little bit of blueberries, especially because of your size and body weight. Like I can have less blueberries because of my size, to keep the carbs low, but you could have more
Yeah.
because you're a man. So
Yeah, but if I couldn't eat blueberries and I was also low
Yes, I would switch to it 100%. Low SE, go for it.
They have that already. Yeah, they've got.
They do?
If you don't like eating
Yeah.
vegetables, we've got these pills with all of the vegetables ground up that you need. You don't need to eat
So-
vegetables ever again.
That's the future right there.
So anonymous learner, I tried selling it before. I'm not into it.
I'll
love
tell you why it's not good. It doesn't fill your stomach. You're still hungry after.
it's just like I need some compensation and some reward. I look forward to the next meal. Like, like I work really hard. I don't
Yeah,
really
but
make-
I don't look forward to cook.
yeah, but I need a treat.
Also, like Demon
don't
SE,
look-
right?
I don't look forward for dishes either. So
Dishes, no dishes. Yeah, just pop a pilly. There you
Yeah,
go.
no dishes. That's
I
true.
love doing the dishes.
Yeah, I don't think I can live
Yeah.
without either one of these two proteins: chicken or eggs or cheese. There's those. I don't know all three of those. I need them all.
I can live without cheese.
cheese is hard.
Mm.
Yeah, cheese makes so many meals like just exponentially better.
Just put more spice on there. It's no big deal.
Rapini.
yeah.
What kind of spices do you put on peanuts, Hank?
Salt and sometimes pepper. No big deal.
Salt and pepper.
Pepper on peanuts. All right.
Oh,
Gotta try that.
Annie,
What's up,
what's your
Brandon?
favorite salad dressing?
Lately, I've been having the same one for months. It's just balsamic and olive oil. We have fresh blackberries right now. So if you take 3 blackberries and smash them up and then put balsamic and olive oil, that's pretty good.
What's up, Jeffrey?
Yeah, I do just like the regular olive oil, vinegar, salt, and pepper. It's usually my go-to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna change the subject real quick and then I'm gonna leave. But I'm gonna make a dress. So can I show you guys what I'm working on?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Let's see. So this is a
Wow.
prototype. This was just me playing around doing a mock-up, but I'm gonna make like a dress where the bodice is a big flower like that.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Looks impressive.
So that's
all the
what-
stuff you make, do you just make it for yourself? You don't sell it, right?
Yeah, the profit margin for selling clothes is like way too hard. And you have to
Yeah.
have like a supply. So I'd have to find a supply and buy 500 yards of fabric. And I just don't have that much money up front to make the product consistent. I think if I won the lottery, I might do more like one-off dresses that were more one of a kind that would be really high end, like a $500 dress or $1,000 dress,
I mean, that one looks like it could be one off. No?
Yeah, we could.
Yeah, it's hard to win in textiles without an army of slaves.
Right. You need the slaves, Hank.
Yeah, when I was selling masks,
Would you like to go back to a time of slavery, Hank? Would that help?
oh no.
But it wouldn't help me unless I was already like a king or something.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd have to be the feudal lord.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm gonna go sew, but I'll be listening. And you
Nice.
guys have a good time talking about food for another 2 hours.
Another 2-3 hours. Yeah, I can go a little longer.
Yeah.
Can you, David? All right.
All right. I'll see you guys later.
Bye.
Later.
Now
Thanks for
that
joining
Annie
me.
is leaving, can we talk about Friends instead?
Yeah, you go back to your
We've
friends
had
thing.
enough
Go back to,
football.
to
Okay,
failing,
there we go.
I still
failing
like
because you have to go to a wedding.
Oh,
Don't put it like that. I'm
okay.
happy that I joined the wedding.
Yeah. So what about friends? What are
Mhm.
we talking about? How you doing,
Actually,
Jared?
about
You're
friendship,
playing with
there
you.
was
Speaking of
there was
friends,
another like
Jared.
Pineapple on
I
pizza's
think
gross.
my connection is
That's
not
what I
good
have to say.
My
there's like
man.
you're
He's
only
right.
6 connection away from the best friend. Oh no.
Oh, the 6 degrees, 6 handshakes. Yeah.
Let me
So that
Yeah,
is
it was doing
refreshing.
really good. Nice.
Nice.
What do you like doing better, music or art, Jared?
Art, I'd say art, but I like music too. But it's just like a hobby.
Since when was music not art?
Fair.
And visual.
I mean,
yeah.
They are.
he knows what I meant. It's
He
just
knows what-
sloppy SE. Yeah.
Can we trade,
Yeah.
Jared? I'll give you my music ability training, and you give me your art training, because you can probably get your art training back pretty quickly, and I'll get the musical training back quickly. So we got to trade.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
I was listening actually to a philosophy podcast today about the difference between music and art.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And there is a difference. They are
Oh,
different.
okay. Explain.
I experienced a very big difference.
Yeah.
Well, music is time based first of all, and like emotional based, right?
It.
Yeah.
Time based, and music today you can record it, but it never used to be a recorded art. Like it wouldn't.
It's experiential, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Right.
It's like the recording is almost like a painting or something.
Yeah.
Well, it's an image. It's a music image. So if you get a file, then it's exactly like a painting.
Well, like you could notate the music, but it's not the same as performing the music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I took an aesthetics class, like philosophy, and I think it was Hegel. The way that he described the like time being the element in music and versus the other art was just like blew my mind. I can't remember exactly what it was, but
Yeah, the guy I was listening to was talking about boundaries, how art has boundaries and destroys other boundaries, and that's kind of what art is. It's choosing which boundaries to destroy and which ones to keep.
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, if you look at like the history of art, like before Impressionism, there was a certain style that was accepted and universally loved, and then Impressionism came and smashed it and changed it. Same with like modern art and any abstract, all those different styles just
Yeah. I guess you get the same thing in music too. You got like the mumble rap now. They were talking about that earlier.
They're breaking the rules. You don't
It's
actually
like, this
need
is
to-
the new genre. We're all listening to mumble rap.
Oh yeah, Neurojack. Neurojack
Yeah,
hates mumble
Yeah,
rap
I heard
and
you
rock
guys
and
talking
roll.
about that. Yeah.
Yes.
And then the Black Sabbath that you hate.
Well, I didn't hate Black Sabbath. I just want to give him a counter example of something that if he was 50 years old, he would say, "Well, it's the devil's music."
Right, yeah.
It's literally called Black Sabbath.
Yeah, because he
So-
was exactly in that state. He's like, oh, it's the devil's music, this new mumble rap, but it's like he likes Black Sabbath. Like, what the heck?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Have you heard of? It's hard to make a more satanic name up, but he likes it, so it's not evil now.
Actually, they were talking about that too in the podcast. Kind of weird enough. Like so much synchronicity there about the Black Sabbath. About apparently there was like this time between the 1100s and the 1400s where there was this disease where people would just dance until they died.
Yeah.
I've heard about that.
Really?
Yeah.
Just keep
And
dancing?
it wasn't like contagious, but it was just like it just popped up every so often in villages all over Europe where like these people couldn't stop dancing and then they just died.
Yeah, it's probably Tourette's.
Yeah, like Tourette's, or like having a seizure, like something like
So
that.
I think Black Sabbath made a song about it. It was called like
Bubonic.
Saint,
It's bubonic
Saint
FE,
something.
man. You gotta be careful of that. Bubonic FE. That's what it is.
Bubonic.
Bubonic breakdance. There you go.
Oh, where did Sadek go?
She was having internet issues. She might come
Uh,
back.
Observer probs. What do you think about like this is very general, but generally the music at like like the Simpsons and the 7-Eleven like stores.
That's what it's called. Saint Vitus.
Saint Vitus.
Saint
Yeah,
Vitus. Dancing Mania. Yeah. So who made the song about Saint Vitus? It was like in a song.
Saint Vitus Bar. Okay, that's not it.
There's a band.
A
Yeah,
neurological
there's a bar.
disorder.
Yeah, there's a bar that was made after the band. That's the whole thing. It was like really weird. So Saint Vitus is like who they attributed the dancing thing to, and then afterwards, Black Sabbath made a song about Saint Vitus, and then a band came out, and then the bar came out, or something like that. It's really weird.
Oh, that's hilarious.
The bar came out after the band, and then they don't even know what the whole thing's about. But yeah,
Oh, that's creepy. It's just like it's involuntary movements. So yeah, you just keep dancing until you die.
yeah,
Is it,
yeah.
is it
Here's
sort
the
of like
song by Black Sabbath.
is
Saint
it
Vitus.
sort of like a tribal thing where like the people are just being hyped up and like pinging off of each other and doing like a tribal? I don't know. I've heard of that happening in like small tribes where they'll
It's
like
got to be
dance.
something like ecstasy or something in their water. I don't know.
It says
Could
it
be-
says an
some kind of
overactivity of a hormone of dopamine in the brain that affects your movement. Like,
But why isn't that popping up now? Why aren't people dying of dancing now?
Because we saved everyone with the corporate oppression.
So what they did was they tried.
Dopamine.
What they did was they started playing music to these people that were dancing, and because it was just weird that they would just dance and die without music, and then other people would join in and dance with them, and apparently that was like the cure. A part of a cure was having the music playing, but I don't know. It's just a weird phenomenon that.
Oh my!
Yeah,
It sounds like a lot of people tried to wrap their heads around it. They're trying to figure out what
uncommon in the U.S., but it occurs more frequently in developing countries.
Must be something weird like fermented wheat that has like some kind of psychedelic or hallucin.
Right. Yeah, some kind of fungus or something. Yeah.
Yeah, right gives you psychedelic experiences with some moldy and stuff.
But it's like if they have incidents of that today, they could probably analyze it and figure out what actually is causing it.
Yeah, but there's got to be a cause, right?
Especially if it's like widespread across the population. Yeah. Ergot, maybe.
Yeah, ergot that's from the ancient world. I know that one.
It's not surprising to me. I'm not really sure what's surprising about it.
Okay.
What? Why? I'm just adding.
Yeah.
Here's the math. Here's the math behind it. Boom.
The math behind what? What the heck are you talking about?
The dancing disease.
Oh, so someone actually figured it out? Rheumatic fever? Yeah, all kinds of people were trying to figure it out. And
like, what is this? We're trying to figure out a dancing disease. And now we got a whole thing going on here. A whole little tree branch. Some sort of any stuff.
You're like analyzing.
I don't see like an actual romantic fever.
What?
That's what I always do. Yeah. Yeah, they got like it's got 11,000. It's 8 months ago. It's kind of recent. Rheumatic is not rheumatoid. What? Sore throat. I don't know what's going on with this disease. Muscle weaknesses, hypotonia.
It says rheumatic fever, anyways. All right.
It needs to have surgery to surgery is the cure or something. How
is
do
this
you
how
do
your
surgery?
any works? You just like you're not even listening to the video. You're just like looking at the slides and you're piecing it together and you have the whole
I
story.
hope the picture are explaining it. Oh, I just don't have enough. I would normally listen to it.
Right.
There, I'll listen to like a little bit.
There's no sound. Oh, here it is.
Okay, he's just saying random stuff. I don't think he knows what it means, but whatever.
Oh my, you're paying for YouTube Premium. You're getting scammed.
He probably knows what it means.
Yeah, it's not a gateway scam though.
So Not a gateway scam.
Right.
Capitalism is the gateway scam. That's the term I coined, and that's why saying it first. Whatever. Let's channel change. All right. What do you bet Sadet gets back in the next 5 minutes?
A pineapple pizza.
I'll bet 3 grains of white rice.
3 grains of white rice. That's not even. You don't have to taste those. You just swallow them.
Yeah, I don't want to lose too much.
I'll bet you no peanuts for a day.
Okay.
Yeah, you're okay with that?
I mean
He's okay
something
with
else
that.
today.
And Claire, I'll bet you no blueberries for a week.
Oh, that's fine. No, the
You're okay
problem
with
is
that?
not having it forever.
Oh, I see.
That's the
All right.
problem. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, like, if you didn't know it existed, you wouldn't be craving them.
But it would just be something else.
Yeah,
It would
but
just be whatever exists.
there'd be like a missing flavor that we'd be craving. We just don't know what it is.
Maybe that's happening.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's happening all the time. Yeah.
But then you
There's
find it somewhere else.
Lots of stuff that we don't know it's a void until it's sold to us. Like
Yeah.
our cell phones.
Did we talk about the coffee? Was that here? Someone brought up, like, what if there was like the coffee never existed?
Everyone would be drinking tea and
Yeah.
cocaine.
Yeah, cocaine would be legal.
But does that
Okay,
make
maybe.
sense to hypothetically suggest? Because then, like, what else would be different? You know, and then
Right.
I've heard like coffee like fueled a lot of intellectual thoughts and stuff in Europe and Arabia.
It's also a big trade thing. Coffee is a huge trade.
Yeah,
What was it called? The
it fueled
coffee
a lot
tea
of
party?
creativity, I think.
Yeah, like South America would have to find another way to make money. Cocaine.
Oil.
do you want to hear my favorite meal?
Sure. Does it have
Go ahead.
blueberries in it?
What? No,
And better.
it has. So the other food is rapini. It's like blueberries, but the vegetable version.
What?
The
So-
vegetable blueberry.
What?
That was
No,
the
I
worst explanation of something ever. What's a vegetable blueberry?
No.
Corn?
Oh my god, the context.
Okay, it's the context. Okay, it's like something you can't live without, but it's a vegetable.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
can
like
go
a blueberry.
without it,
Okay.
I can go a month
Okay,
without it,
okay,
but if
got
it's
it.
like forever. It's like if I go to the store and see rapini, but I can't eat it, it's like
Yeah.
really difficult. So
Have you ever had Saskatoon berries?
no, what's that?
You should go to
Not
Saskatchewan, man. They grow everywhere. They grow wild and they're good.
Oh my god, yes. So I could go on a walk and just eat berries.
You can go on a walk and just eat berries. They
Oh my God.
they grow wild there. Yeah, Saskatoon berries,
That's great.
and they're like blueberries.
I'm actually gonna look into that.
Are you really?
I mean, I'll just look at it. You know, it's interesting.
All right, rapini.
Have you ever had rapini?
No, I'm gonna look into that right now too. Rapini.
It's kind of like broccoli, but it's more bitter and more. It's just different.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah, I know rapini.
Yeah, and you got to cook it right because it's kind of difficult to cook right.
You can't eat it raw at all.
It's just too like you can't really chew it, and it's yeah, like the stalk is weird. Like the stalk has to be cooked.
Have you
Probably
heard of
not.
arugula?
Yeah.
Arugula?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, like
I mean, this looks like a good replacement for spinach. If Annie's watching, oh look, they even have it here. No dishes.
oh yeah, yeah. Maybe Annie. Yeah, broccolini. Maybe Annie will like it. It's got like a bitterness to it that is very a kind of like Italians like that flavor. If you ever have like a bitter, I don't know. It's what I do. Like it's usually boiled, but what I do is I like steam it on a frying pan. Ooh, that
Saskatoon.
looks good.
Those are Saskatoon berries. Yeah, they just grow everywhere there.
They're like big blueberries.
In Canada?
In Canada, in Saskatchewan. Here, yeah, they grow like this on the side of the road. You just remember driving through there. You just stop and start eating and picking them. Yeah.
Right. You see, like I'm always like, why don't we have more food trees and stuff?
We
'Cause
should.
I
Yeah.
agree.
Mulberries. Mulberries are easy to have everywhere.
Oh, everybody likes pie. Saskatoon berry cream cheese crumb cake.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Have you
I
seen
agree.
the
We
guy?
should plant more food trees. But yeah, more food plants everywhere. I agree.
Yeah. Have you seen the guy who, I think in California, he used a lawn, like the front and back lawn, to garden, and then he would plant like food trees and stuff around the neighborhood, with permission, I guess. I know it's pretty
Nice.
cool. It's like a whole front lawn of just, instead of grass, it's just like food.
Yeah, it's hard to grow stuff that's not native to the climate. I guess that's why Saskatoon berries are good. They're completely native there to the winter and that.
True.
I guess bears like berries.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's still not that hard to have like food forest kind of things going on that just sustain themselves. But we don't do that because it's like I guess it's more like a systematic or whatever.
Well, the
Don't have
poors,
food
the poors
everywhere.
will get too fat if we just give them free food.
Right. Yeah, you can't let the poor get fat.
No, like our whole way we have our yards is set up to be like a miniature European manor house. It's like you have grass around.
Oh yeah.
It's like a mini European. But
Yeah.
here in Salt Lake in the desert, people have been replacing lots of their plants with like native plants to make it so you don't have to use as much water. That's a trend that's been going on for like 20, 30 years.
Yeah, you can get by with drip technology too and not use a lot of water.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, it helps because it's so dry here that they, like when you spray it, like I don't know how much, but it evaporates a lot.
Yeah, right away.
Yeah.
We were
Yeah, like nobody's people aren't owning land anymore. It's land's getting expensive.
Yeah, people are owning land, but there's also empty buildings and houses spread all over the place. So, thanks, BlackRock. Thanks, BlackRock.
Manifest destiny. Yep.
Mm.
I mean, lawns really just don't make any sense. It's just the weirdest thing in the world. Why would you just? Why would you have grass? And they cause allergies, and you have to cut them and water them. It makes no sense. And now they've got those plastic lawns you just put there instead.
Oh yeah, I've installed that before.
Right.
I'm thinking about doing that because my grass is so bad. Like we've had a drought for like 7 years, and last year was our first year we got a lot of water still, or last year, but I only water my yard like every second or third day. Everybody else in my neighborhood's every day. Like
every day, yeah.
Yeah. So like my grass looks like is brown. Everybody else's grass is green.
Yeah. It feels different, but it's always green.
You have a lawn, Hank?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
It's not that hard to maintain. My dad usually does most of it, but I do have a lawn.
Lawns are for barbecues.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's
Well, we
good
don't
to have
need
kids,
a
though.
lawn for
Have
barbecue.
kids.
You can use a broiler. So
I mean, I get it in like a community park or something. It's nice to
see, like, yeah, we have like a community park. If you want to, you can walk 3 minutes over it, and there's a huge field and basketball courts, and toys and stuff. So, chia seeds.
What?
Oh, I know what she's doing.
Yeah,
Do you
that'd be
approve,
cool.
Hank?
You could make little sculptures out there and clay sculptures and have chia seeds growing on them instead of yawn
Right.
milk. You could have little sculptures, beasts of green chia seeds. That'd be cool.
But she's trolling them because the plastidon's not supposed to grow. The chia seeds would grow on anything, so she's trolling them.
You can make a chia seed dress, Annie. Put chia seeds in your hair.
Turf dress? No, that's weird.
Yeah, I
Sounds
have
hard to maintain.
out in my parking strip. I put in like native grass, and that one you can let it grow taller. It's like
Nice.
6 inches to 12 inches, depending on the time of the year, and it takes like 1/3 less water, I think.
What are you guys saying about the elections coming up, Jared?
Elections,
Yeah, what's the vibe around you guys?
I don't know. I
Okay.
don't pay attention. I think it's just one side arguing the other side, just playing all the dirty tricks, making promises that are not kept, just to get their group going and
Yeah.
surround the corral, and just I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like
Yeah, I
it.
was seeing an analysis about how I guess the policy has changed over time. And like the older policy was a lot of pressure on self, like we have to be great. We have to make ourselves better. We have to increase our economy. And like that was the way that you would have an influence on the world. But now today it's the opposite. It's like, okay, we got to influence the whole world but like no focus on ourselves. I don't know. It was an interesting analysis.
Yeah, I think I've noticed that over the last 30 years or so is like our standard of self is going down.
Right.
Like the standards of like working or whatever in society that you're responsible to do. It's responsibility. It's like it feels like there's a lack of responsibility in people taking ownership of things that they should be doing. I don't know if it's because the way the government is, or it's the way they were raised, or just the whole culture is like that. It's just changed, and it feels very
like it feels like you're enabling that kind of thinking as well.
yeah. And I think it's a pendulum. Like we go through these cycles probably.
Yeah,
like
probably
swings back and forth, and now we're swinging off to no responsibility, too much self-indulgent type stuff. So it's I don't know. I because I have young kids and young nieces and nephews, and it seems like we're sort of in a bubble, like here in Utah. I think the religion sort of like keeps some of that at bay, but
right.
I think if you don't have an ideology like a religion or something, then I think you're easily swept into what's popular and what's going on in the society, and just I think you get down into weird places and go.
What do you guys think identity is and individuality?
Oh, it's just a way to say more bullshit. So
what do you think, Claire? What's identity and individuality?
What kind of answer do you want?
I mean, for you, just give a subjective answer.
Subjective? Why? Identity is what do you mean when you ask identity? Are you saying are you talking about someone's identity as being conservative or something?
No.
Okay. So I think
I definitely don't think that's identity.
Okay.
So, but you might. It's fair if you think so.
I don't understand what people are thinking when they're talking about it. I think the point of identity is to distinguish that you are something different than other things, and then so then you understand what you are like doing to other things and what other things are doing to you. That's what you're identifying. And then, so in terms of like, well, what's the point of identifying yourself? Well, of course, it's like survival, and so what do you do for that? You have to reproduce and you have to dominate, right? You need. And then, so what's identity based on? Identity is based on the mechanisms of that lead to reproduction, something reproductive or something dominating. So
identity is something reproductive and dominating. Okay.
Well, the identity is what forms because you are reproducing and dominating. That's why it forms.
Well, because I like what you said about differentiating yourself from the group, but then it's like everyone starts copying the person who's differentiating themselves the best, and then they become a new group.
No, that's not what I've said.
No, I'm saying that.
Okay. All right, yeah. See, this is really hard to talk about without it just like what are we talking about now?
Yeah, that's okay.
You know, that's why I try to like ask the context.
I mean, what I was looking into identity seems to be an immersive property, because there's a lot that goes into identity, and we see ourselves as some cohesive whole to some degree, but that's just an emergent thing. Like it's a coalescence of a whole bunch of different parts that are very separate, I think, anyways.
Could you break it down to like back in the evolutionary where you have that I forget the word now, where you are trying to I forget.
I think Claire was going in that direction. He was talking about the reproduction and domination stuff.
Oh, theory of mind. That's the word I was thinking of.
Theory of mind. Yeah.
Yeah. Could you break it down to that? Like, okay, so if we're a tribe and we have parts of us that are equally DI and parts of us that are equally DE, and it's like an oscillation between the two. The function of a tribe is to have you survive. But I think you have to have some kind of identity force that is guiding you, and it's probably through genetics, but it's part of the whole. But you're also an identity.
Yeah, and I think there's a difference too between your identity within the tribe and your identity outside of the tribe, because
see where you're going for.
Yeah, because your identity within the tribe brings peace. Like the way Claire smiles when David just says something that's David. It's like, okay, that we like that. We like the predictability of people. Makes us, I don't know. It makes us feel safe to some degree, I guess. I don't know what the thing is there, but like that's your identity within the tribe.
It's linked to expectations. Because so like what I'm smiling at is the character, and the character is probably, I guess, formed by the tribe too. But the character could be outside of, I don't know. But yeah, but there's definitely expectations. And the reason, well, at least that's how I see it. But this is predictability. But that's not like the reason, again, it's just like, or at least when I keep filtering it, basically what I do, if I think of it like I'm trying to figure out what like my identity, and then, well, what if I renounce completely anything that's sexual or aggressive or hostile, anything that is like that at all, and renounce it completely, and then, well, there's not much point in identifying myself as something. That's kind of how I'm looking at it. I'm just I go for a walk, and well, I'm not responding to any of the stimulation with arousal, at least as far as I'm capable of it. Like, you're not gonna
you mean within motivation? Maybe is that what we're talking about?
Well, I'm trying to describe what leads to the motivation, the mechanism that leads to motivation.
Yeah.
So if I don't have any, if I'm not responding to any, I don't have any identity or responding to any arousal that is, just not responding to the arousal, then I just sort of can just walk, sit on a bench, eat food, be loving, and there's not really an identity except just to distinguish me as a thing.
So your entire identity, you think, is founded on
Sex and aggression. Like it's Freudian. It's a Freudian.
It's a Freudian thing. You're seeing
I
things
think
in a
so.
Freudian way.
Because obviously I'm not coming up with something. And I don't know. I don't read a lot, so that's all I know.
No, yeah, that's good.
You know what I mean? I think what at least coming from it from that angle, I'm not saying it has to be only seen like that, but the point of coming from it from that angle is to explain, is just making it easier to explain like why we're just doing all these things because we feel like it, because there's some kind of mechanism that goes deep into, like, again, something to do with the sexual dynamic of it, that somehow your mind thinks that it's reproducing by like eating blueberries, you know, like it for some reason it thinks like that is reproduction. I don't know why the mechanism, or it's some reason your mind thinks I'm going to gain resources, I'm going to be safer, I'm going to dominate, have power, and then it starts to feel like these things, starts identifying with these things.
So when I was talking about it being an immersive property, you can point at anything, like everything is like a leg holding up your identity. And so I definitely agree that there is a domination instinct that contributes to your identity. And then if you get rid of that, then your identity is going to be something else. It's going to be different. So like the fact that all of these different instincts come together, and I don't know what they all are, but there's a whole bunch of them. They all coalesce into what we consider as identity. But it's like, it's saying that I am whole. It's saying that you are whole. You are one person and not a whole bunch of separate parts. Whatever that oneness is of Claire is your identity. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, but you can distinguish more identity from that wholeness. You can identify more things. Like my whole identity is just saying that I'm this, like whatever it is that distinguishes me from everything else. That's what the whole. And if I can gain a sense of if I can gain a sense of it being whole, so it coming together. Now I have something that's closer to an identity that's aligned with the what if
the world was filled with copies of you, all Claires, everywhere was Claires? Would that mean you don't have an identity anymore because you're not differentiated from everyone else?
No, those are different. That's a different thing. It's a different thing. It's experiencing something different.
Would you have an identity? How would you differentiate yourself from everyone else if that's how you're defining identity? Would you all have the same identity?
No, the point of the identity is to be an ident. There's identifiers, right? So like the name is an identifier. The recognition of a body is an identifier. The body itself.
Oh no, I mean actual copies of you, like clones.
Yeah, so it would be a clone. It would be a clone, but it would be experiencing something different. So it would be different.
Yeah, pretty much. If the world's full of clones of myself, we'll diverge from each other as soon as we're instantated, unless we have some kind of network to maintain main communication. So we'll diverge from each other, and that's why MBTI would still work afterwards, because of the versions will.
So you would still all have a distinct identity?
Yes.
I don't like. So my whole point in bringing up this example, this question is it's kind of like a trap, I guess. Is more like I would think if the whole world was cloned with me, we would all have the same identity, but it would still be an identity. It wouldn't be something that we would all be the same, so we wouldn't differentiate ourselves from everyone else, but we would all have identity.
Well, they'll be the same. They'll be equivalent at the same point in time, but after you're all they're more instances of you, you'll start to diverge from each other.
Right, divergence. But let's say at t plus 0.01 second, right? I would still say we all have an identity, even though, right?
Yeah.
We still all have, even though it's all the same exact identity, we all still have an identity. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yes, I would agree.
Did you watch that movie, The Prestige, with Hugh Jackman? Get freaked out? Is that what happened?
Yeah, I've seen that a while ago. Yeah. What about it?
It's the same thing, right? Like he does a magic trick where he like actually dies and he's cloned to port over, right?
He clones himself and he kills himself. Yeah.
Oh, Prestige. Yeah, that movie was crazy.
I mean, it was all based on that one magic trick where they kill one pigeon and have the other pigeon appear somewhere else. It looks like a teleporting pigeon, but they really just murdered one.
Wow.
And so they're like, okay, what if we do this with clones? And they made the whole movie around it.
Oh.
Magic tricks are cruel, or they can be.
Yeah, how far will you go?
No.
But I think what I'm trying to suggest is trying to make it like as fundamental. I'm a little extreme maybe, where like I'm saying I'm not saying that like the way you're talking, you're saying there's the exact same identity between the clones is suggesting that the identity depends on a predictability. Whereas what I'm saying is the identity is whatever is identifying what is happening. So it doesn't have to be predictable.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it has to be predictable. I think the identity in a tribe should be, but I mean, to a certain degree, is like we like to have a through line. We like to have a story for ourselves. We don't deviate extremely from one day to the next. Like we don't have bipolar to, insane degree where we're completely changing constantly.
But it's interesting because you were saying earlier, like in one context, you have a different identity than another. So like if I go and play pickleball, my identity is different than when I'm hanging out with my family. So how would you?
Right, your identity in the tribe. Like Claire didn't change his identity because he cut his hair. He's still Claire. We can still recognize him as Claire. His character didn't change completely.
Yeah. But you say it's just not making enough distinctions. Like it's not your whole identity that changes when you play pickleball. It's just the role that it's just the context has changed.
Are you just saying like the outward expression of that is different at that point? I gotcha.
Yeah, so like the story, like it has to be narrative driven too. I mean, maybe it's not always narrative or whatever. It's the because it's trying to encapsulate all of that person, right? And they have a past and they have a projection of what they are going to be. And so how do you incorporate the past and the projection and what's happening into one thing? And then and so that's like the identity. But what I'm saying is like there's the mechanisms that end up leading to shaping that identity are like related to like that person trying to reproduce in some way. And so like, for example, like if you're an artist, that to me that would make sense when I think of like a reproduction, a form of reproducing that isn't like actual mating. It's more obvious. It's almost like you're creating a child with the art. And so it's like, and then there's like the resource managing and dominating. It doesn't necessarily have to be literally conquering land and fighting wars. It's just fighting. You have to fight, right? Like you have to take what you have. You have to look at what you have. How much money do I have? How much support do I have? How much like power do I have? And I have to, what do I want to do to then gain more of it, so then I'm more safer and can establish more things. So you have to fight, right? And so if you're not fighting or like reproducing, then it's like, well, what are you doing? That's kind of what I'm saying. And so it's like,
Yeah, well, you're stripping that away, but you're saying there's nothing left, and I'm saying, well, maybe there is
no,
something
not
left.
nothing, not nothing.
Right.
But
But
it's a
it's
very
not identity.
scientific
Whatever's
unit.
left is not identity, is what you're saying.
No, it's still whatever's left. It's like it's almost like there's like a like without that stuff, there's less need for identifying stuff about yourself. There's less need for it. So like you don't need to go for a walk with your name. You just go. You're just
Well, yeah, because that's what I was getting down to. It's like, okay, so identifying yourself is different from your identity, right? Like forcing everybody to call you a certain pronoun, that's not your identity. That's how you want people to identify you, right?
yeah, that's behavior.
Or that's who you are in the tribe. That's not who you are on your own. Like if you're forcing the tribe to call you by a pronoun, it's like, I want the tribe to see me as this.
Yeah, that's a reference, not an identity.
Yeah,
Right.
you're negotiating. You're asking for a prerogative.
Yeah.
And I guess there is a certain level of peace where, okay, whatever your identity is, and the tribe accepts that, and you don't have to hide or change yourself or whatever. It's kind of lazy because you're not putting an effort to get along with people, but also you're able to be congruent. You're able to be authentic.
Yeah, well, when it comes to the pronouns thing, you've got something in terms of
not necessarily pronouns, more like just accepting whatever you declare yourself to be. Yeah.
Anyone's weird. Anyone who's weird, anyone outside of something, anyone doing something outside of normative things, and I'm very like that. I just spray painted a bunch of books, and my mom's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like,
"Yeah, white, right?
Read the books."
Isn't it white? Is it, what color do you do?
White.
Yeah, that's what I.
Yeah, everything is. so it is very, and it's like, okay, well now what do we do with this person? Why am I doing that? You don't know why. I spray painted some books white. What do, like, so you don't know how to predict. You don't know what. But for me, it's like, well, I'm just like I have to do this because of this. Just it's just It's not that it's not normal, because to me it is a normal thing, and I see how it makes sense, but it's not able to be normalized.
Sure it is.
Right.
Why are you spray painting the books white?
Well, to piggyback on that too, is like, you don't need anyone to accept you either. Like, that's the whole thing. You're doing it for yourself, not so that the tribe accepts you.
Yeah,
and you're
but
not
if
being
my
like,
mom keeps, if someone, she's not doing this,
right,
keeps like being like, there's something wrong with you. You need to go get help. You need to.
Right.
And then she keeps telling me, oh, you're that weird person who has to do this, and then I go out. And
then you want to normalize it. Instead of getting help, you want to normalize it.
Yeah. So because you need both. So then it's like, if something is challenging, it's challenging what's normal. Now we're dealing with like, well, what are our boundaries, right? Like with the, you mentioned like the point of art,
right?
It's similar kind of thing. It's like, well, it's like we're like actively now we're trying to like figure out like what's the boundaries, like, because we can't just, like, this is what people are expecting. There's a reason why it's like this, and you can't just say no, it's like that, like, and now you have to. And so we have to figure out why is someone like, or like you just figure out how to make it work, and it's not easy.
No, yeah, I get your point on it's exactly that too. It all ties together, the boundaries, that you're renegotiating boundaries. Yeah, because like if everyone was spray painting their books white, it wouldn't be an issue, and you would be more congruent with the way, like, your identity would be less different. Less jarring.
Like, like because people like they see someone
See someone with weird hats on their wall and just matching their colors
yeah,
with their
like,
hats.
oh, that's a collector, or that's just
Right.
you know, like you have a thing in your, you have like a TEFE thing in your mind that's like, oh yeah, I know how to be like what that person is in the tribe, right? But then once you see someone doing something you don't know what they are in the tribe, it's you, and then you respond with what happens is it's like a pitchfork response. It's what people don't
Yeah.
understand, they try to kill it because it's a, and that is the way that we are. Everyone has to recognize that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and to some degree, then like forcing everybody to recognize this person is trying to kill off that pitchfork side of us. But then it's being a pitchfork against the pitchforks. It's like a reactionary pitchfork.
Yeah, that's what you end up becoming. It ends up becoming like a I'm reminded of like a punk band. What is it? Electric Wizard Funeralopolis or whatever. And it's just like a really like what happens when these kids get into this Satan stuff. It's like there's like you hear like they're obviously like parents talking.
Right. They dance until they die.
Yeah, they're gonna either end up in the mental asylum or they're gonna die.
Yeah. So like I always saw identity as just a made up thing. Like it's not real. That's how I always saw identity. It's nonsense. It's you're agreeing. Go for it, Hank.
Yeah, I pretty much agree. Identity is just a way to sell quotes to you. So what do you identify with? Do you want to be this? It's just a way to sell quotes to you. So
yeah, well, you see that too, especially with EJs, where like they try to push their identity so strongly on the tribe, where like if you like a real identity doesn't need to be pushed on other people. A real identity is something that just is, regardless of other people.
Yeah. I think that it's not like if you look at it in the sense of like this is my identity, therefore like this, then it's like, well, that's not like what like everyone's they keep wording it like I identify as this, and I'm like, what does that mean? Because it's not that you've identified something, and it's not necessarily that we know what it is that you've identified. We don't necessarily know that you don't necessarily know that you've identified it accurately, or what exactly is it.
Also, also, and then like there's like 7-8 billion people in the world. Like we can't all be pushing our identity. You know what I mean? Like to some degree, identities need to be separate from the tribe.
Yeah. I think it's not that like I think like it's not that identities need to be accepted, but it's like there are people who truly are a certain way and they don't get accepted. And it's you're trying to accommodate more people because we want the people here. What ends up happening is a lot of people's lives get forfeited because they just can't be the way that they are. So then you're just kind of forfeiting their life in that sense. And then if we can accommodate it, then it's like then it creates a process of doing that. So that like because if you go back, what was normative? Like you couldn't be the way you're being right now, like.
Yeah. I mean, that's on the one, like, I think it's a scale too. Like we're talking about the two sides of the scale. So like, that's definitely one side of the scale, but then the other side of the scale is you're not that important. Nobody needs to know who you are. You don't need to tell everybody that you're a vegetarian all the time. Like that's not, you don't need to tell everybody, it's not going to,
Well, my vegetarianism is superior to your non-vegetarianism. That's what it's used for, right? It's like,
well, that's how it's perceived, at least.
Yeah, it's almost like a cudgel on attacking someone else's belief, or.
So that's how it's perceived, but sometimes it's not like that. It's just I'm so self-absorbed and self-involved. I need everybody to know who I am for me to exist. like that kind of
Yeah.
thing.
So it's almost like they're trying to prove it to themselves. It's like they're trying to validate their own self.
Right. Right. It might be coming from that insecure thing. Yeah, definitely. Identity I don't think it's real. I think identity is illusion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it just is, right? Like you are.
Well, because like we are not cohesive wholes. Seeing ourselves as a cohesive whole is a wrong way to look at ourselves.
But that's how you perceive it. That's how you perceive everything, though.
Right. That's the illusion. Exactly. That's what an illusion is. An illusion is you're perceiving something, but it's not that.
Yeah.
So we're seeing ourselves as a cohesive whole, but we're not cohesive wholes.
I think that's just a trick of evolution to make us survive. Like you want to.
Sure.
It gives you drive. It gives you push to go out and do something. If you don't go out and do it, I think what Claire was saying is like if you don't go out and distinguish yourself from whatever way, then you won't reproduce and you won't have descendants. So then you die, pretty much.
Well, if so, why is there so many breeding sheep around? So it's just not really a good reason.
No, it doesn't have to actually translate into like power or like reproducing. It still happens. It's like even if you aren't actually looking for like mating or it's still the process. Yeah,
it's the byproduct. It's like what's that called? Mismatch evolutionary thingamajiggers. Like
it's like those beetles on the beer bottles. Yeah.
Yeah, I forget what that name is, but yeah, I think there's a whole bunch of stuff in our society that happens. Like our natural genetics is pushing us one way, and probably because we don't have as much natural selection anymore, that all those different paths are open much further than they used to be.
Yeah. I mean, I would have always said that is not identity. Like that is just instinct. That is just.
Well, yeah, Freud is just instinct.
Right. It's all instinct. So identity would be something else. Identity would be the unifying thing that unites all of everything under one umbrella.
Yeah, it's like the inside homunculus.
Hey, Nico.
Yo,
How's it going, Nico? How's your week?
kind of shit. Not gonna lie. Hate to. Yeah.
It's all right. We were just talking about the illusion of identity, and this. I just realized I've been staring at my book that says the illusion of life, and it's an animation book. And I'm like, oh, that makes sense.
Hold it up. Is it white?
No,
Is it painted white?
I'm
not
not
yet.
No, I don't think I'm going to this one. Because this one has a different
The
purpose.
delusion of identity.
Oh
boy.
I see.
This book.
Yeah, you don't want to paint that white.
No, I want this to like, when you have
Black.
a cottage and you
Paint
have
it black.
kids, Yeah.
Bros,
But
I have a
this one-
question.
I painted white. This is
How do you?
symbols
Oh,
book.
sorry.
So
Oh, okay.
whatever I feel like.
How do you know what the book is once it's been painted white?
That's the idea.
Is that the point?
Part of it. Sorry, Nico. I'm in trouble.
Go for it, Nico.
I have a question of how do you deal with being called like slow at work? Dude, I got the dishwashing job, but the issue is that I'm actually too slow of a worker for it. They're starting to get upset at me, and that's like I don't know what to do. Because what happens is whenever I here's the thing, whenever I do dishwashing, I'm almost always in this contemplative state, like no matter what. And I always have to like process essentially like it's weird.
Yeah, no, it's
That's all
stressful.
I
It's
gotta
stressful.
say.
I remember dishwashing. It's stressful. You really have to.
I'm essentially
you have to
just
go
like
fast. Yeah.
It's not really forgiving. Like it's got to get done.
yeah, and it's like And the thing is that I whenever it comes to work, I tend to go for proficiency instead of efficiency.
Yeah, no, when you're
And
dishwashing,
that
I got complaints at the beginning too. I think it's
just
normal.
what
But you
screwed
just,
me.
sorry, I talked over you.
Well, the thing is that this has been happening. This isn't the first time that this has happened.
Yep.
Every job I've been in, I've gotten complaints for being slow. And the thing is that I think I just I'm essentially too like processing, if that makes sense.
So here's the issue.
I'm essentially
Here's the issue, because
I'm always
even if you're the
theorizing.
fastest person in it, but even if you're the fastest person doing the thing, you'll be called slow anyways. So make sure that isn't the problem. Because I'm literally the fastest loader in
No,
my
I am
warehouse.
just
I get called slow because they want me to carry through someone else's shop too. So that that's you need to make sure it's not that.
I no, I am just objectively slow. That is the censor.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
do it
that's
faster.
basically the censor, and it's because
Work
I've
harder,
been
Nico. Work harder. Do it
there's the
faster.
difficult.
Just do it.
Yeah, and the difficult part is balancing just doing. I think there's a disconnect between that. Because typically I'll start, as I'm doing a task, I'll loop back to my focuses on, my essentially like theories of like consciousness and like what that type of stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
And that slows me down.
Put on some
But the thing
heavy
is that
music.
I'm not exactly sure how to. It doesn't matter. I'm not actually sure how to stop it. Because
Write
music
down your
with a beat,
theories.
music with a rhythm, it gets me moving.
Yeah. What
Gets me
about
moving.
Write
what about an
down the
elastic
theories
band on your
down.
wrist? What about an elastic band on your wrist and you
Huh?
snap it every time you go into one of your ideas?
I'll follow you
Yes,
around with an electric dog
punishment
collar
through
and I'll
pain.
Yeah.
So write those theories of consciousness down so you don't have to think about them while you're trying to work, or at least you
That's
can
how
think
I'll just
faster.
like make fucking snap. I
Everyone's
think
talking
Hank.
over each other.
I think it's probably the better. It's probably the better option here.
Yeah, write it down.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to write them down in some form of like treatise or something.
Also, write down any cheats you have to get faster. Write that down too.
Yeah.
I mean, a
The
lot of
other
it is
the
all
other
comes down to
issue is that
experience. You get faster with experience too. You build better pathways in your brain to do things. You get on autopilot.
Well, what do you do when you have free time and you're thinking? What are you physically doing at the same time that you're thinking? If that makes sense. Like if you drive,
it could be
can you think while you
anything
drive?
physically, really.
Be right back.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's weird because it'll just like if I had a roadblock, if I try to put a roadblock to thinking to like essentially my processing, it'll just like loop like just kind of wiggle its way around it. So I'll essentially find myself processing how to block my processing. Yeah,
like,
it's pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie.
You're trying to do something. You're trying to do your job, but then you're also thinking at the same time, right? So like, is there a way to do the job efficiently, where you don't have to like, because that's how I work. But maybe that's a personality thing. Where like, as long as I come up with like a system to like do my job, and then I'm just like, I'm gonna get this. I just have to make it happen. then I just let my mind just kind of think. I don't have to like. I don't know if that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense to me. I mean, I have a system. I'll show you my cheat sheet for loading the pup drills, which is one of the hardest things to do.
So yeah, you gotta like
It
practice the dishwasher. Like the dishwasher, like dishes are gonna come in, and it's kind of predictable, right? Like it's gonna be these kinds of dishes stacked on each other with this kind of, and then it's always gonna be
Yeah.
kind of similar thing that you're gonna do, and then you kind of just run it through that algorithm.
Yeah.
Like in your body, you know.
First of all, you like stack them up.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I know all of that. That's the issue is that I know all of that, and I'm actively working on implementing it. Though it's essentially taking time, and I don't think my coworkers are too fond of it taking time. Especially whenever I hear them talking behind my back.
Yeah, that sucks.
You need to double decide and make a joke about yourself, and then say, "I'm trying, guys." But
All right, we got a lesson. S tier Hank is going to teach us. What is this,
Wait,
Hank?
before anything, I still have to drive. I just wanted to like get that off of my chest of like it's because it's kind of painful. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll get better, man. Give yourself time, and you'll get better.
I've essentially The thing is, I've essentially always gotten tribe hate for being slow.
Yeah, you can figure it out. It'll.
Yeah.
I can't.
Also, if they want to help out, they're welcome to help. If they want to change jobs.
Yeah, here's the thing. I get called slow even though when I'm faster than someone else. Like when I'm on with a limb with Tommy, he calls me slow and stupid even though he's spazzing out and missing the point. So
yeah, it's called projection. That's called projection.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the issue is that it's not projection. That's the thing. That it is actually like it is. I am actually sensor slow.
Well, they're also not calling you slow because they want to beat you. They're calling you slow because they probably need the dishes.
Yeah. I get you.
It's not just a
I
hate
know.
thing.
No, I know. But it's like, damn, it still sucks. It still effing sucks.
Okay, Hank,
anyway,
what do you have here for us?
I'll be back.
So this is a cheat sheet I made for myself.
Zoom in a bit.
Yeah. This enough?
Sure.
Maybe more.
There.
So there's a cheat sheet I made based on the Trello's technique manual for my job, because when I became that trainer for Outbound, they didn't train me how to load the trailer properly, and they didn't know how to train people how to load a trailer. So after I figured out how to load the pup trailer, I made this cheat sheet so I can remind myself and show someone else very quickly what the order of operations is. Because if you follow them wrong, you'll end up wasting a whole lot of time just navigating the belly, which is the drop frame section of the trailer. So I did this to make myself faster. I also train my physical body up. This is the kind of things I have to do to get around people calling me slow because they didn't tell me how to be fast. So I figured out myself.
What are you you're loading stuff?
Yes. Parcels, tires, whatever. So, but yeah, I had to make a system for myself and do research to figure out what should be in the system so I can get fast.
There you go.
Cool. Yeah, it's like that for me, but if I tried to do it if I tried to make like a sort of chart like that, it wouldn't really. It's more like an algorithm for me. Like I run it through like a sorting system.
Oh, it's an algorithm. You write a list down, right? It's an algorithm, so an algorithm's a list.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's trying to narrow down the things that happen. It's like as soon as I see something, I'm like, that's this thing. It's going to lead to this, and then I just filter it, just run it through that, and then
All right, so
Yeah.
you can write down the flow chart,
flowchart would make sense. Yeah.
which you can download LibreOffice for free, and then you can use the same program LibreOffice Draw to make a flow chart. So
Hmm.
That's a good program. You like that one? You recommend it?
I strongly recommend it. Let me get the link.
What's it called again?
LibreOffice.
LibreOffice. All right.
Yes. And that's a draw component of LibreOffice.
It's better than Microsoft Visio and all that stuff.
Well, yes, it's better than Visio. Yeah, it's just better than Visio.
All right. Well, good.
You need to do the Quickie Mart voice now. Give us the accent of the Quickie Mart proprietor.
Apu?
Yeah. Thank you. Come again.
Yeah, I'm afraid that would be a little bit too offensive.
Thank you. Come again.
This one here, LibreOffice.
See, I don't relate to what Nico was saying because when I was young, I worked at a grocery store, and it's like hands-on. The groceries are coming down the belt. I'm putting them in the bag as fast as I can.
Yeah.
Like pricing stuff with the price. Like back then we had a price gun, just like cranking it out, pulling stuff. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's because my generation, we were like hands-on ever since we were small. And we've had that.
I mean, yeah, you gotta learn your work ethic at some point. I was on like a paint line too, where like you have pieces of aluminum that you have to package at a certain speed. Otherwise, you'd have to stop the paint line, and the people loading it would have to stop, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's just like everyone has to move at the fastest pace you can. Otherwise, you're blocking everyone else up.
Yeah. So like, and when I was young, like I did a paper route when I was like 13, 14. I mean,
Right.
like you have to haul these big Sunday morning newspapers around. So I just think that you haven't had enough experience is all for Nico.
Yeah.
Get in
it takes
there
time.
and do more because
It's not necessarily experience. It's just the training he's done so far has not been adequate.
I was at a military school for a year too, and they gave you way too much stuff to do and not enough time to do it, and you would always get laps and push-ups and for everything you didn't get to do. Yeah.
Yeah, on purpose. Yeah, that's happening to me.
Yeah. It's
In
for
the army,
training
eh,
that,
Claire?
yeah, they're trying to find the
Waterboarding.
sleaziest politician type people and they'll promote them as high as they can. So
Yeah, I mean, if we had a drill sergeant like you, Jared, yelling over his head, shocking him every time he's going slow, giving him discipline, he'll get there quicker.
my services are $900 a month. I'll be right there with you.
Because I'm pretty slow too, but what's happened when I worked is that I was in situations where I like benefited from. So like when I worked in a restaurant, I was a busser, but they had the bussers at this particular restaurant kind of do everything, and so because I would sort of work everything through an algorithm, I would always do something in a way where like the things that needed to get done would get done in the right order at the right time, so that I didn't have to just brute force everything because everything was being meticulously. So there's a lot of times where people would be like where's this, like we get upset, but then I'm actually like right there. It's like the timing ends up being right, and then I don't have to like force myself to work faster than like what would be too stressful for me, or like when I did like landscaping, they would have me do the more meticulous jobs that no one else wanted to do, and so that was, but I wasn't the fastest, but
at least you're doing
valuable because just doing something else. Yeah, it's like, oh, you need a
make yourself valuable thing, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying. That's why I think, and I kind of like think I consider this advice like for like everything. It's always like just do something good. Like if you're doing something good, and then like you're doing something then you're doing something good, And it's like even if there's like there's like some bad things that you're doing or like whatever, like at least you're
you should have progress, right?
Yeah,
and you're trying to build yourself up. Yeah, I think people will give you slack if they see that you're trying and you're putting the effort in. Like, people will give you slack and be patient with you most of the time.
Yeah, you could. It could just be like you could also be slower to like learn something, but then when you learn it, and then you're good.
Yeah. I sympathize with you though, because in school I was dyslexic, so I had a hard time learning anything in school. So I know how you can get frustrated and feel like you're trying your best and trying to do stuff and nothing's happening. So yeah.
Yeah.
What did you learn in school, Hank?
I learned Linux existed, so I moved to that as soon as I possibly could. I learned that a lot of teachers are totally incompetent, don't do their own research. They don't do research and make stupid claims. What else I learned? College. I learned after school, unfortunately. Lots of colleges are just scams.
Yeah.
I learned English in school. That was okay. I learned English. But people think my English is crappy, so it's probably bad. What else? Very basic mathematics. And I read some books they trying to sell and I forgot what's in them. So I think that's all.
You didn't learn the world was flat, huh?
Well, Mother Gaia, even with the world's flat, Mother Gaia is bending the geodesics with her cosmic power. So that's why it looks round, and all the space agencies and aviation industries are in on it. And the logistics industries too. So
it's bending light, yeah.
Yeah, it's bending light, it's bending sound, and it's just warping space.
Yeah, it takes a lot of energy to keep up an illusion for sure.
Yeah. And
the illusion of roundness.
Yeah, and we won't be able to get to the truth because the crack scientists at the Flurf Center just don't know what to do. They can't stop the cosmic power of Mother Gaia. They have no idea.
Yep.
The truth will forever be concealed. Except for the fact it's just a feeling. Truth is just a feeling anyways.
Truth is just a feeling. Okay. Is that a true statement? According to your feelings?
Oh my God. Is it true to according to my feelings? Yeah, it's true according to my feelings, yes.
Okay.
But it's like, it has to be, if you make it true according to other people's feelings, then it's also true in that way.
Yes.
If you stack the feelings high enough, it'll become even more truer, right?
Exactly. They would get the truthiness.
So what happens if you are a robot without feelings? You wouldn't have no idea what truth is?
Yeah, deal with facts instead.
Yeah, you're just an input and an output.
Yeah. You have no choice but to deal with facts.
Unless the synthetic blood...
The facts aren't true?
The synthetic blood has a
No.
feeling element, then you'll be all right.
Not unless you're running it through a truth table. But then
What's wrong
be
with the
feelings
truth
again.
table?
It will be feelings again once you run it through a truth table.
It's feelings.
Yeah. But robot feelings.
Yeah. That was one of the things I was seeing with Nietzsche too, is he was talking about truth for him as being a passion. The pursuit of truth is a passion. It's a desire. It's a lust. It's a, yeah. It was a romance for him, is what he was talking about. It's not
like,
real.
It's an idealism for him, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's kind of what you're saying. It's just a feeling.
Yeah. But if you want to find about the universe at large, you have to deal with facts instead of your feelings.
Well, I mean, I think the motivation for truth can be a feeling, but truth itself, that's something different.
How do you know that?
You don't know that. But I mean, like you can test for it. You can verify it.
Would like the most TEFI thing to say would be like, the more accurate it is, the more I feel like it's true.
Right.
And you could say like, we consider things facts because it's not possible to get more accurate about it. Maybe it's like at the moment it's not possible.
The more universal it is and the more cases it applies to, the more true it is for a TI.
Universal and
the more cases it applies to.
Yeah. So I was reading Young describing TI is like it really stood out to me how he was describing the way that there's an image that is trying to realize with reason, and that without the FE, then it's like you realize something like something in reason, but then it doesn't matter to anyone. Then we just have a bunch of just inventions being made and nothing. They don't do anything really.
Right. All the inventions work, but they're not useful to anybody else, only to the person who invented them.
Yeah, and the same thing happens with FI, but it's an image of value.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of the same thing with what Nico's doing. So Nico's doing all his philosophy stuff, and he's going to write it out and all that kind of stuff. It's going to be useful to him. I mean,
yeah, I have philosophy stuff that I've read out, but I put into a format for a script for a debate. I haven't, right. So I just have. I think I try to do what debate I do. Let me scroll down. Up. Fictional theme debate. Yeah, I tried to do a debate like a month ago. Can you be an atheist and say gods exist? Unfortunately, that failed because the guy's Discord stage was broken. I just refused to go on. But I'm still ready to do that kind of debate. But I put the philosophy stuff in the context so I could use it as soon as I want to.
What's your next debate?
Probably, I don't know. I haven't scheduled it yet.
What's it going to be?
I don't know until I have a resolution. So.
What was your last debate?
It'd probably be just this again. Maybe I'll go against Space Stalker or Denizen.
What about Denizen? We've had him here on the show once, Denizen.
Yeah, I like Denizen.
What would you argue with him about?
Probably this. I mean,
What's
I
this?
have this that can you be an atheist and say gods exist in any context? I have it ready, so.
All right, so let's do a debate, Dank. You argue with us. What's your premise?
Okay, I might as well do. I had this thing open. So, can you be an atheist and say gods exist in any context? And I would say negative. You can't be an atheist and say gods exist in any context. And I had to start with some definitions first. So, definitions are a set of criteria that limits the extent or usage. Object, that which you can imagine or draw, that which has shape. Location, the set of distances from one object to all other objects. Entity, an object that has a location that
You're
which
defining
you can see or touch.
everything.
Yeah, absolutely. So we don't have any confusion.
That's
Abstract
right.
entity, an entity with more than one location. Exists, to have a location. Time, to have more than one location. Context, the set of objects being invoked or embodied by an object. Universe, a set of objects that have physical presence with each other. Multiverse, a set of objects that conditionally have physical presence with each other. Dimension, a number of coordinates needed to specify a location on an object. Science, to explain the presentation. God, object of worship. Worship, reverence or dedication to, admiration.
All right,
Nothing.
I have an issue with your definition of God.
We can get through 5 more definitions first.
I
All
can't
right.
keep up with this.
Yes.
Me neither.
Nothing. Object that doesn't exist. That which you present science on, the background. Theist affirms witnessing gods. Atheist denies witnessing gods. Agnostic doesn't affirm or deny witnessing gods. And witnessed testimony of seeing or touching an entity. So that's that. I got through all the definitions,
All right.
and I can show them on screen so you can actually read them. So I'm gonna go ahead and open that up.
Okay. What's going on in your head, Claire? That's a lot, eh?
Yeah, well, I'm okay. I'm okay that I didn't follow all the definitions, but I didn't fully hear like the way you pronounced it, Hank. I didn't fully hear the argument. Something. So, can an atheist say that?
Here it says right there.
This exists in any context.
Go
Oh,
up higher.
so it's
Hank.
like-
There you go.
So can you be an atheist and say that God does exist in this specific context, and then you have all the definitions to make sure?
What does being an atheist even mean?
That just means not being theist, which means there's no. If you say God exists, then you're being theist, right?
Yes, an atheist denies witnessing gods.
All right. Well, I have a new definition for God.
Okay, propose your definition.
Oh, object of worship, yeah.
Yeah. That which cannot be defined.
I reject that definition because it's contradictory.
No, that's the
I
definition.
have a definition, but that which isn't sex and aggression. Just
What's
kidding.
the definition
It's a
for?
negative definition. Yeah.
I know it's a joke.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, David's back. David's come to save us.
David left.
Hello?
What up?
What's going on? I see we have Hank's. We have a new definition of God. What's going on?
Did you?
Well, it's not that new. My definition is not new. It's just what I guess if you go to the Bible, what would we call an idol is what I would call God.
Oh wow, I'm not ready for this.
So you're an idolater, Hank?
Yes.
Okay,
And Jesus is one of my idols. Yes.
I see.
All right.
What is Jesus the God of?
That's a good question. Is it God? I guess transformation. I would say it's God transformation.
Okay.
Like repentance, transformation of the soul.
But I don't know what soul is. So
Right, it's not on the definition list. You have to add soul first. to
Yeah,
the
we're,
definition
you're
list.
talking about God. Where's soul? There's no soul in there.
I don't know
No.
what soul is. I guess I think I equivocate souls with bodies because I generally use Jewish metaphysics in this context. So a soul is a body.
The soul transcends beyond the body after death.
No. That's one perception of what the soul. That's the
Yes,
that's the
one.
what's it called?
That's the end game.
No. That's what's that called? That's called something.
Platonism.
Platonism.
If you find the soul, that's where the identity is also.
I mean, you could. In Hebrew, there's 5 levels and names for souls, but you could call the cognition a soul.
Cognition is a soul, for sure.
Yep.
All right. Well, when we're talking about God, I feel like we need a channel change. Setting up parties. I've been setting up a party, so.
Well,
Now I'm not voting
what was
this
his
time.
argument? What was his argument, though? He has an argument that you can't be an atheist if you believe in a God in a context. I mean,
Yes.
that makes sense, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
So you see Dark Matter 25 cartoon, and if you can name the character God in there, then you're in that context you're not an atheist because you just affirmed that you saw a god.
Oh, if you watch the Marvel movies and you like Thor or you've seen Thor, then you can't be an atheist?
Yes.
That's your
Because he's a
argument?
god.
Okay,
What?
there you go. That's his argument.
I don't agree at all.
And if you know Hank, since Hank is a god, you can't be an atheist.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I believe in Hank, so I can't be an atheist.
There you go.
If it's any context though, then can't it be in the context of someone else being a witness and you?
Well, if you still deny it, then no, you could still be an atheist. You could say they claim that they witnesses God, but I don't claim that. So you could still be an atheist if someone else said it.
Mm-hmm.
So who can't be an atheist? This is what you're kind of trying. You're
Everybody's
informing their
an
identity.
atheist, I guess.
So, like, someone over there is identifying as an atheist, but they're not really an atheist. It's like a bad identity that they have, right, Hank?
Yes, they're misidentifying themselves. They're using
Misidentifying themselves.
Abraham. Yes, Abraham. Most of the time, at least in America,
They identify as an atheist, but they're not really an atheist.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes. So in America, it's mostly.
So you're using this to weed out the fake atheists out of the real atheists.
Yes, because most of the time the fake atheists are Abrahamic misotheists. They're just God haters. They hate the Abrahamic God specifically, and if you ask them to debunk like errors, they have no idea where to start because they're obsessed with the Abrahamic God.
So in order to be an atheist, you have to be able to debunk every single possible God in all of humanity and existence?
Not necessarily. You just have to not affirm witnessing any of them.
What if from a different angle you see, like, if someone's apolitical, does that mean they are political but they just aren't doing it? Or if they're asexual?
If they don't watch the debates, they're not political, so it doesn't count.
Is it possible for Helen Keller to believe in God? To be a non-atheist?
Oh yeah, you can witness God without senses, right?
Can you?
Yeah.
She could touch. She could touch stuff. So if it feels like God to her, then she could probably still affirm it. So
is God love or is love God? What is love?
Cupid, I believe. Loves Cupid.
Don't hurt me.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. What did you say, Hank?
Cupid.
Love is all Cupid.
Okay.
Yeah. You didn't know that, David? What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with me?
Yeah, what's wrong with you? You didn't know love was Cupid? Come on. What a silly question. Right, Hank? What a dumb question.
What is love? What do you mean? What I see a lot is God is love, you know? But like,
yeah, no.
You're saying there's a specific God named Cupid.
Yeah. That's love.
That's what love is. Well, that's kind of boring. Yep. I don't want to get shot by Cupid to have love. That's kind of boring.
Oh, yeah.
I thought Cupid was more like erotic and romantic.
What does he have on the end of his arrow? Is that like some kind of LSD?
Yeah,
he's got cocaine on there, so you're good.
And if he shoots you with the wrong arrow, you'll dance till you die?
Yeah, that's the Saint Vitus arrow. Yeah.
That's the Saint Vitus arrow. Yeah.
And it has some hemp in there too.
Has some hemp? Okay.
Yep.
Hank, what's your favorite drug?
Compound V.
Coffee.
Coffee? Oh my god. My favorite illegal drug.
And that's America. A callback too.
That is a callback.
In America. That's illegal.
Coffee's not illegal.
No.
Bobby Sexton. Pay for sex. That's my favorite drug.
You use coffee, then you have coffee, then you have sex?
Sure.
Okay. Something new you learn every day.
What's your favorite drug, David? Let's ask it back at you.
Probably alcohol.
Alcohol? But that's legal. You have to pick an illegal one.
Yeah.
Oh, weed?
Weed. I think that's legal too now, isn't it?
It's legal somewhere.
It's legal in most states, but not the state where I live.
Oh, okay.
For everyone here, that's in Indiana. you all know that we all drive up to Michigan to get to the dispensaries up there.
Opium
I like
tea.
opium tea. I
Does
haven't
that
not
lead into a
smoked weed in a
song,
long time though.
Well, it can't be more than 20 years. You're only 20.
Well, I've done it. I started when I was 16, but I haven't done it for like a year or two now.
All right. What does it do to NE users? I feel like it makes
the
you
same
guys
thing to
crazy.
most people, but like, there's some times where it's like I feel like you don't need it because you already have enough NE. Like I feel like I could be high. I could be high without it. Like Sadhguru. You're like, I don't need weed. I could just act like I'm high. Like that's what he does.
Right.
And I feel like NE could be doing a similar thing. We're already so ungrounded, but but besides that, it's normally how it just normally is. I don't know if it affects NE or SE users differently. I guess.
Why are you shaking your head, Claire?
So the way David just disrespected Sadhguru.
Oh,
I did not.
Sadhguru.
That's what he says.
He did say that.
He doesn't act like it.
He could. He said he could if he wanted to.
No, I quoted him, bro. I quoted him.
You like disrespectfully.
No, I did not.
Instruct the quickie bot. How could you?
Yeah, you
I'm
did
not
it.
Claire, I'm not an audio. I'm pretty sure I butchered his audio. I just like Benjamin did a better impression than I did right
It's
there.
funny how you're like, I could just act like it, as if we're supposed to just like pretend that we're high.
Yeah. Yeah, right. No, you imagine
pretending that they're high.
Where's this question coming from?
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
You're the one who asked it, David.
Yeah, what? I asked. Well, Hank was talking about. Well, okay, I guess we're turning off our cameras. Boom, I'm gone. We're just talking. You just get tired or something. You get to that point.
I get to that point where I don't have my air conditioning on because it makes too much noise, and then my shirt gets all drenched. So I just turn off the camera.
Oh my God. Well, I want to stay at the 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven, my sister's birthday. She was the one sister that I didn't really, but I don't want to reveal nothing. So, I asked the question because.
Are you high now, David?
I don't know if Hank did any hard drugs. I don't know. He just.
Yes, I've done some hard drugs.
David's had 2 beers.
I tried coke. What was it?
Yeah, Claire's got the best.
There's cocaine once. I think it's cocaine. I tried it once. I didn't like it. It was like bad coffee.
It's bad coffee.
It felt like bad coffee to me.
I always refused to try cocaine, and just didn't sound like a good value.
Yeah, it just sounds like a heart attack.
What about?
I met the guy. I met the guy at I guess
I don't know, just like an instant dopamine hit, like an instant pleasure, and it sounds addictive. It just sounds like something that you didn't have to work for. Yeah, you didn't have to work for it. You just get it for free. Yeah, sounds wrong.
Sorry. Have anyone done psychedelics here? I've always steered clear.
Yeah.
I tried.
What's been your experience?
Just marijuana. That's marijuana. I haven't tried anything harder than that. Other than music, but that doesn't count as a drug because you have to do some work on your end.
Music? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Claire,
music
you gotta do the shrooms, I bet.
Yeah. Shrooms twice, LSD twice. Although one time, I don't think it was LSD. So. It was some other thing.
Fentanyl. It was fentanyl.
I think it was like, I don't know. I looked it up because it had like a metallic taste, and it was like a weird experience. Like it was not what I formed like a good idea of what LSD was like the first time, and then the second time I took this, it was like a bigger tab and it tasted weird, and the experience was like really bad. So
you got scammed.
Yeah, I think so. But my friend got it. Whatever.
And so, what about the experience with mushrooms? What do you think of them?
It's it's quite. It's just it's quite an experience.
What was your dose on the mushroom?
The first time was probably like, I don't actually know, 1.5 grams maybe.
That's a good first dose. Yeah, very low.
The second time was closer to 3 maybe.
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, yeah, you did it right. Whatever you did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same thing with the LSD, was quite a low dose. I actually didn't experience much of a psychedelic experience. It was perfect actually. The LSD experience was perfect. It was like, but then the other one was really bad. but the shrooms was like, so the way I explain it is like, with shrooms it feels like nature is embracing me, and that I can communicate with nature somehow. Like I'm somehow, and I like feeling the almost like the. I just like, it's like my brain just like is more open to what things are in terms of nature. The sun.
Yeah, all the science on shrooms is it reduces the part of your brain that has identity and independence, so you feel like you're one with everything, and then it also reduces the timekeeping area in your brain, so you feel like you're eternal or something like that.
Yeah, the perception of time is different. The
Right,
perception
yeah.
of time has like more dimensions to it. Like it's not just like the passing of a linear sense of time. It's like time becomes it's a thing, another factor. Because usually time is just, well, you just moving through time, right? But then your perception of time like opens up, and it's like, oh, it's weird. You don't, you know,
No
you can't
perception of
experience-
self, and then a weird perception of time for sure.
Yeah. And so that could be an amazing, loving thing, but it could also be just absolutely terrifying. Like, there's one point I was walking, and I just had to like sit down. I was just like, I'm completely overwhelmed. Like, I can't move. I'm just like turning into like a black, just like heavy and black. I don't know. It's weird, but then, yeah, you can kind of. It's definitely like that. That's definitely what the experience is. Like what you describe the science as. It's exactly that, but it's still hard to describe what that's like.
Yeah. Something, nothing, everything.
Yeah, but there's still something.
Mm-hmm.
I guess maybe that's because, you know, it depends how much you take. Because it's basically doing something to your brain so that you experience it without these functions that make it the way it normally is. Or maybe it's not just without, but it's also, I don't know. But the LSD isn't the same. LSD feels more like electric. It feels more like a chemical, which that's what it is. So, you know, you take the plant and you get a more natural kind of feeling, and you take the chemical, you get a more chemical kind of feeling. But it's the same kind of, it's similar kind of experience.
Yeah, the psilocybin, the magic mushroom research too is interesting about how like it's more effective at quitting cigarettes than patches or any other intervention for cigarettes. It's
drug companies hate it.
Yeah, it's effective as well to people who have like terminal diagnosis. It's very effective at that to help them accept it, and yeah, all kinds of stuff. It allows you to reprogram yourself in a lot of ways.
Yes, if you set, it's really important to, if like, because you can just take it like, and like you're gonna have fun, or it's recreational for whatever purpose.
It's not yeah, it's not recreational.
Yeah, but it's not really best. That's not the best way. Like the
Right.
best way to use it is to set an intention and be clear about what you're doing, and prepare like an
You mean
environment.
do OI? The best thing to do is OI? Really?
No, I just mean like
yeah, no, I know what you mean.
The intention could come from anywhere, and then if you also like, you don't necessarily have to say like, I am going to do this during it, but if you kind of like give yourself some bounds.
Yeah, if you have some kind of expectation, like you want to do it to quit smoking, so then you have that going in. But at the end of the day, the mushrooms are going to show you what they're going to show you. They're going to tell you what they're going to tell you. And
yeah, you could also take so much that you're just you don't even move. You're just wiped out for.
I had a buddy who was growing them, and he had them in a bag, and he was just, I don't know what he was doing. He was watching a movie or something, and then he just started eating them, and he just forgot that he was eating them, and then he looks down, and the whole bag is like, I don't know, half empty.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Oh my god.
The only thing he could say he said it was some next level shit. That's all he could say.
Yeah, one guy I know took too much acid and he was like tripping out in class because everybody was turning into like demons.
Oh wow.
Some demon DE right there. Coming alive.
When I mean like say what you're gonna do is kind of like is someone gonna be with you? Are you gonna go for a walk? Because if you just like the setting matters because it's gonna affect you, right?
Yeah.
Have a good playlist. Have some options.
Yeah, but maybe you want to just see what happens. That's why I think the win for the walk is like the best because you don't know what's gonna happen. You just walk. But it depends. Everyone can do whatever, obviously. The thing I would add to it too is I like from Alan Watts. He says about it. Once you get the message, you hang up the phone. And he has a similar kind of attitude towards like things in the religion as well, I think. Because he seems to treat meditation in a similar way, where he's like, okay, I get it now. I get the whole point of meditation. I just sit. If I feel like sitting, then I just sit. And then he has that kind of attitude. But anyway, yeah, with the psychedelics, it's very much that kind of thing. Where it's like you like if you get what you want from it, then you can just it's like you can think of it in terms of like you're being communicated something.
Oh, so basically, Alan Watts is a hedonist.
Yeah, he is. So.
Hank, you are perfectly able to reduce people to a concept. There you go. He's a hedonist. Good labeling. One funny thing was we were trying to figure out one time on mushrooms, we were trying to figure out why we were laughing so much, like why things were funny. And then one of us was just like, oh, it's because of humor. Like, oh, what's humor? So we looked up humor. And like we landed on some guy, some like fat guy in a painting or whatever, who looked really ridiculous. Or like, oh, this is humor. It was like Alfred H. Humor or something like that. And so then every time someone would laugh, he's like, "Are you laughing because of humor?" And then everyone would break out laughing. It's just so ridiculous. It's just so dumb. Like the way logic is twisted on that stuff.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah.
Like the cause and effect thing, yeah.
See, like that's what I appreciate.
Humor didn't exist till he invented him. It was named after him. This guy called Humor.
Oh my god. That's amazing.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just thinking, what I appreciate about the experience is that like now I understand that what that is like. So then now when I experience, I know that it's possible to perceive time differently. I've had experiences, natural experiences, where I perceived time differently because of like mental health related problems.
And then you realize all time is just perception. Like we can't interpret time without a perception.
Yeah, if you get it's just something simple like an anxiety attack changes your perception of time, and you don't realize that, right? And then there's other things too, and also just in terms of like if I go for a walk and I feel, and I can kind of go, I understand that I can feel free and open. I don't have to go for a walk with like all of this. I have to do this. I have to be that.
You don't have to process something during your walk. You can just enjoy the walk.
Yeah, I can just whatever is processing just does it. Just does it. And most of the time, I am kind of I'm just saying. I appreciate the that experience. I use it as a reference.
Yeah. I think too as well. I mean, I don't know if you get it too, but I get it as I'm going to blame it on the IP side. That it's like you get really stuck in your own way of seeing things, your own perspective, and getting that shift. Even if it's like a shift into another one of your personal perspectives, it's still another perspective, you know?
I definitely experienced that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have as well.
Yeah.
And I don't.
Well, you're not an IP, Hank.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Hang on, let me activate my D mode real quick. Yes, Claire, you're an INFP, and that's fucking cool. That's awesome. There you go. That's my DE.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, I pretty am.
You're an INFP or you're awesome or you're both.
That's just a yes. It's just a yes answer.
I mean, with all the waterboarding you've been going through, got to be pretty awesome.
Wait, what? Wait.
No, it's a joke.
He joined the army. You didn't know?
No, I did.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, Claire's gonna be a fighter.
No, I can't lie that I've joined the army. Not for too long.
Bro got drafted.
I need to actually experience that. I can't just stay.
Claire's a pass a hug, not a pacifist.
What's wrong? I've never heard that. That's a good one.
It's like there was this one post that I saw where it was like be straight, question sexuality, decide to do it with a guy, realize I'm straight. Yep.
Oh, that one.
What?
Claire, be pacifist. Question ideology. Join the army.
Yeah.
Kill people. Realize you're a pacifist.
Same NI, yep, that's the same NI.
Yep, pass the fist. Yeah. Yeah.
Dude is
I should do
actually
something more
past
intense.
the fist.
What should I do to make my own little boot camp?
You need
You-
to have a dishwashing
Self-justification.
challenge. Yeah, you need a dishwashing challenge in your boot camp, and you need to yell at people that they're not doing it fast enough.
And
And
do
you have
St.
to have a
Thomas
whip and a
workout.
taser.
Screw
Yeah.
that, do St. Thomas workout. That should be good enough. The thing was like 100 push-ups, 100
It's just-
sit-ups, and run like 10K a day.
Yeah.
Plenty.
You'll get the TI baldness.
Where did that come from?
Saitama, you went bald from all that training.
Yeah.
Oh, right. That's the reference, right? True. Yeah, I just need to do more push-ups.
Push-ups, sit-ups, and plenty of milk.
Yeah.
Well, there's no guarantee that you go bald. Goku didn't go bald, so.
Right. He grew
Yeah,
up.
but Goku
You're not
isn't- but
an
Goku-
atheist, then, Hank. You believe in Goku.
Exactly. That's my
Goku
point.
is God. You see, yeah, but the thing is though is that Goku, he broke his limiter just like Saitama. But the thing is that the thing is that his limiter isn't constantly broke. He breaks it via transformations.
But it's just the same thing. Stupid transformations he didn't need in the first place. Because marketing! Marketing!
Yeah, marketing. Yeah, productivity. Yeah, quantity over quality. Let's go.
So yeah, I saw an interesting thing about Nietzsche. I keep bringing up Nietzsche, but like I'm learning all about him right now. So like he's
That says
talking
that
about socialism and capitalism a lot too. But he was like long before there was a communist state. Before, yeah. Anyways, yeah,
Okay.
he's talking about how socialism is just a reaction to capitalism. It's a useless ideology because it's an anti-ideology. It doesn't have its own legs to stand on. Was his whole argument.
Basically,
Yeah,
a
I
lot
agree
of
with
those social, like a lot of the socialist corporate-esque ideologies are essentially based off of just like the idea of there is no inherent meaning. It's essentially a very nihilistic ideology.
It doesn't have to be, I don't think, but you could take it that way for sure.
It doesn't have to be, but that's typically the theme that happens with those.
I see it as like a
ideologies,
very
yeah.
idealistic ideology, a very naive ideology.
It's
a worldview.
essentially
It's a worldview that doesn't involve the perception that people are selfish.
and thus making it very, very exploitable, making it essentially a
place
making
for sheep to flock.
Yeah, essentially. And then whenever you have such a naive worldview, it ends up degrading a sense of purpose. Because if there is just pure equality, then if there's like pure equality and just clean slate balance, then it's a clean slate. There's nothing to look at.
Yeah. What was
That's
interesting though is
that's
his
why I say
criticism of
order is
capitalism though. That was more interesting than his criticism of socialism. Because socialism, it's like low hanging fruit. It's easy to criticize.
yeah.
And in a way, socialism is a criticism of capitalism, and it's a valid criticism of capitalism. It's not a valid system in and of itself, though.
Yeah.
But
so
as a
just-
criticism of capitalism, it's valid.
Yeah, so the optimization is just have capitalism with a little socialism sprinkled on top. So like antitrust, maybe some welfare, and then you're good.
Yeah, you need those cooked bitter vegetables, but a little something on them.
Okay, so what was his criticism on capitalism?
It made him have to work, and didn't like doing that.
He was a slow dishwasher too.
Yep.
Well, his criticism on capitalism first, I'm not going to accurately represent it here. I'm not going to do a whole podcast on it, but his criticism of capitalism was essentially that it's a useful tool in the past as a primitive system, and it's dominated by incentives, and the incentives are bad for society, and not always, but the incentives to just make more money is basically taking away from society, because all of the money you are storing up by taking away from society is hurting it in some way.
Also, it
That's why the
alienates you from your
economy
labor.
goes to shit.
You're not as connected to your labor because of there's protocols for trading and stuff.
Because infinite growth comes at the expense of exploitation, right? That's kind of the argument of socialism.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's this whole progress to the moon thing, but it doesn't always pan out that way.
Yeah. Sex
Yeah,
and aggression.
What's that?
Sex and aggression.
Oh, yeah, right. No, I agree.
That's like, well, what do you have to say to chip in? I'm just like,
No, you're one of my first big videos that I did was on that topic, exactly that topic.
Oh yeah.
When I was seeing around all that stuff.
But yeah, like something has to be put forward, right? We like even if there needs to be a period of sort of dragging down or deconstructing or whatever. Maybe there needs to be a period of that. I mean, I'm speaking very, but still, it's still like you have to be putting something forward at the same time. You can't just deconstruct for no reason.
Yeah. So one of the things is we are taking from different times, like you were talking about time. So we're taking from our children in some degree, but we're giving back something to our children, right? We're borrowing something, and so yeah, what you're talking about there is like that sort of fair exchange in what you're taking from the future to what you're giving to the future.
Wait, can you be more specific about children taking?
So capitalism is essentially a pyramid scheme, and the more kids you have, the more work they can do for you when you're older. And so what you do is you spend your entire youth investing in things that are going to grow in value, and then when you're older, you have that value, and you can exploit your children.
Yeah, in which that's essentially why, like, or at least a big reason why well, at least my generation is super depressed.
Right. So then on the other side of things, like society is what it is today because of the hard work that they did by borrowing from us, right? Like a lot of stuff has changed in one generation, if you think about it. A lot of work has been done. A lot has been invested back into the world. And so it's like, to some degree, it's okay that it was taken from us, just like it's okay that we're taking from the future as long as we're giving something in a similar vein.
Yes, debt is money.
Debt is money. That is correct.
I can concur, except to the extent where it causes an ideological crisis, in which it's essentially caused, at least particularly in the West.
But so like, sorry, yeah.
Oh, go on.
No, I wasn't saying. I was going to say something else.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, go for it. Go ahead.
Would psychology essentially be what drives things forward? Because, like, what else is there? Like, the more we figure out what's going on in the psychology, and then we start being like, oh, and kind of like start constructing things with, in a way that includes stuff we didn't have before. That's really important. Where it's like, you know, we can have, like, for example, like there's a lot of people there, if they're like, maybe they're really creative, or they, or there's something neurodivergent, or there's, if we can kind of like set them up from the start, then you already have like just all these new sets of people who are working better. If that makes sense. Rather than like, because the way we do things is very like pulling a lot of people into a norm. So like, you kind of already, like, I'm thinking I'm kind of algorithmic. So it's like we're like you taking psychology, and then we're like algorithmically like putting people where they're best, and then we would just have better quality people. Like, even if it's still capitalistic, you just have people functioning better.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure there is a lot of that. Yeah, like the self-growth, self-improvement. The world would definitely be a lot better place if people were investing in their own psychology. I agree.
Yeah, it's got to become more like structurally, like influencing the structure. Not just like choosing psychology, but like it just becomes part of.
But I mean, even the word psychology comes with a lot of baggage because there's a lot of problems in psychology, especially in the common teaching of it
Replication
and acceptance of,
crisis. Replication crisis. Like over 50% of the settled science had to be pulled up because it was trash.
I think like
Because
cognitive
what?
psychology is interesting for sure.
Yeah, but like even also if you just like integrating typology more, even on like lower like simple levels of typology, you still can like you treat that, you like recognize that FI kid for what they are.
Yeah.
Right at the
I mean,
beginning.
also that is a luxury, right? To be able to do that. It's a luxury because really what we needed to teach our kids is, hey, go pick fruit, come back. Go do that every day. Like, And so now that we're at the level where, oh, we need to be making society better and contemplating our own psychology. Maybe that is our psychology. Like what we've lost is what we need to gain.
Well, no, I think it has to be both. So we lost and we have something to gain. And so if we recover what we lost and then also have what we have to gain, then you have that, like you have that, like, that FI kid go to pick apples, and like you don't like hit him with the shovel, because you know that you hit the SE kid with the shovel.
hit the kid who's not doing it fast enough with a shovel.
No, but it's like maybe the shovel isn't what makes that particular kid do faster. Like it's not what works. Like
I'm sure the kid would do faster with a shovel, but he just doesn't accept that yet. One day he will.
That's just outcome based.
Yeah.
I'm saying the outcome is better when you have the entities function they function the best, then the outcome's ultimately better. Long term maybe.
Yeah, it's a consequentialist argument, yes.
What's your take, Hank?
What specific? Oh, yes, more typology. That in fact, burn psychology replacement for anthropology, and I think typology was anthropological in the first place. So,
all right, and just animals.
Yes, the thing is that psychology just has the units wrong, because people don't exist in a vacuum. Psychology doesn't even make sense in a vacuum. So anthropology has the right level of abstraction to start with, so things will actually make sense.
I think this was one of these kinds of theories are essentially why I'm slow at working, because I had a theory on essentially like what could happen if, say, ops were to get integrated into this culture. The issue
the old culture will get slow. Then you'll be like, by comparison the right speed.
The issue is that there's essentially a lot of dissent towards. Currently, there's a lot of dissent towards the ruling class, because they're essentially provoking a quote unquote, I'm putting up the quotes here, degenerate culture. And the issue is that what the issue is that there's essentially a backlash, or because like the thing is that cycles, they essentially will just keep happening, where there are what do you might call it, where essentially you have these cycles of god damn, I'm just gonna stop talking.
No, you're good. One thing I wanted to say to you, Claire, is, there's a quote I have from Rabbi Nachman. He says, "If you won't be better tomorrow than you were today, then what do you need tomorrow for?"
Makes sense for me. Makes sense. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I know what I need tomorrow for. Well, I can't be in two places at one time yet, so I need tomorrow to be in a different place.
What? Yet? I
Yeah.
see.
Dude's gonna invent personal quantum tunneling.
Nah, probably more like shadow clones. But it doesn't work with our physics, so I had to readapt it.
What's a shadow
It's
clone?
where you just have magic. It's a Naruto reference.
Yeah.
I wish I had Goku's hair. That would be cool.
Base. Wait. Do you like Dragon Ball? Oh shit.
Well, when I was a kid.
Do you just not like it now or something?
Well, I just don't watch it.
No,
Or
yeah.
think about it, or
Yeah, I don't mind.
like
I don't
it.
watch mainline Dragon Ball either. I watch Dragon Ball Ultra Vegeta. It's from Kamiya. It's a manga, but he reads it on YouTube, and he
Is that just where
says-
Vegito never unfuses?
Yes, that's the one. Yeah, you got the Black Batari never infuses. It's on second season now.
Oh, okay. There's another one where it essentially Vegito fused, Vegito fused, but it was based off of from the Majin Buu saga. He just never defused. But no. Anyways, what I was trying to get at is it is that essentially the backlash to the culture that's happening now, which is kind of like woke idealism that's kind of happening in the West, is essentially what would happen with fucking Nazi Germany, or at least a version of it, because a lot of society, a lot of portions of Western society are disgusted with the other side of it, and vice versa. And that's
I don't know. How much do you know about Nazi Germany?
concerning.
Right. Are you
Um,
saying it's like a less extreme version?
Well, I think what's really stands out is you're comparing something today to Nazi Germany. So, first question is, how much do you know about Nazi Germany to be able to compare it? Do you know how the rise started?
Essentially, it came about from it started all the way back with Germany in World War One.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't
Where-
start there. No, that's not where Nazi Germany came from. I would start exactly where it started with Hitler, where he organized a crew of basically a gang to go and beat people up based on his party. And he called it what's it called? Stormtroopers, like
Yeah,
Grey Coats?
Stormtroopers.
Yeah, that's right.
Same
That's
name
where it
as
started.
Star Wars. Yes.
Yeah. Once he had that, he just expanded that that mentality to the rest of Germany.
Well, what I'm essentially saying is that it was a form of backlash to the prior culture that was there.
Yeah. So like comparing
And
it, right. So you're comparing it to just
the
be more
issue
accurate,
is that the essentially what I'm trying to say is that I've seen a lot of people through threads and whatnot that are LARPing essentially the gist of Nazi ideology, just under a different name, and it's concerning that I'm genuinely concerned.
I'm objecting.
which
I'm objecting for a reason. I'm
happens-
objecting because Nazi ideology is dead. We've defeated it. We've defeated it so much. It's not. I don't think we have to worry much about Nazi ideology. What we have to worry about is this other kind of ideology, and trying to figure out what that is.
Tankies, friggin'
Right.
tankies.
Right. There is an ideology spreading.
Well,
And-
what I'm essentially trying to say is that it is a countercultural, eugenic based ideology that sure that it isn't of course
It's hijacking
directed.
that. So I agree, but it's hijacking that mechanism. So there is going to be there always is going to be a natural countercultural force. The question is, what's hijacking that force now? This more prior ideology. Because at the end, right, we were talking about identity, right? And identity is just, it's a fake, it's a flaw, it's not real. So the identity of this thing, which you're looking at, you could say that it's whatever you're trying to say it as, but like the countercultural thing, you could say that it's that. But really what it is, it's something else hijacking that mechanism. It's something making it into a cohesive whole.
Well, I mean, because it goes back to essentially because I mean, it essentially goes back to the what do you might call it? It essentially goes back to the cycle of reset. Here's the thing. Either way it goes, all right. I'm just gonna jump to the conclusion here. I'm very worried that ops and the ops code can be used for eugenics.
Oh, no.
I'm genuinely concerned
you're
about that.
No, you're okay.
I'm just.
Rocket used
I
the
know
color of
that
your hair for
essentially-
eugenics too, so it's not that big of a deal. You can use anything you want for eugenics.
Yeah, I don't think
I'm just scared of the
eugenics
evil that
isn't-
people can commit.
Right now, it's not eugenics. Eugenics is not a worry we need to have. No one is having that discussion. It's a fear that everyone is having, but it's not. There's no one's going to use eugenics again. We've defeated that. Like that's a part of our history that has been proven untrue.
Dude,
Science to culture, and it's like to such a case where you get canceled if you're suspected of it, right?
Yeah,
And the
closest
counterculture
thing-
today doesn't want eugenics. It just doesn't want to be. You know, we get it. We learned the lesson. Like, you know what I mean? We don't want to have it shoved down our throats all the time.
Yeah, the closest thing you'll get to eugenics is a revolutionary phenotype, and that's when we get the automatic gene splicer things to do the work for breeding for us.
My concern is that
Tribalism is
there's
real.
this belief.
Tribalism is real. It won't use eugenics.
My concern is that this goes back to an underlying thing of there's this belief that essentially our society is better than all the other societies prior, and that we won't fall into the same pitfalls that the others did. And yet,
Yeah, I agree.
if we look back into history, it's very clear that essentially essentially other societies believed the same thing, and then they fell into depraved acts. And I'm essentially concerned that saying, "Hey, we defeated these things," and it's like,
we did. It's the question is whatever is happening now, that whatever countercultural push is happening now can also be exploited. Like what's the counterculture of World War II? The counterculture of World War II is that race isn't real. Race is real. People are different. Cultures are different. That's what makes the world interesting. Like it's great that we have Africans with their culture. It's great that we have South Americans, like everybody. It's great that we even have Canadians. We can make their faces flop around, right, Claire?
Oh yeah, so far, yeah.
But so yeah, the counterculture against this, like eugenics isn't wrong in the fact that people are different and people have, their own character, their own identity, right? So I don't think, and denying that is only going to hurt the cultures. It's not going to help them.
I just essentially had that concern.
Yeah. No, I get it. I get it, man. Well, tribalism is real, and what you're seeing is tribalism. And the last time tribalism was around, it hijacked that counterculture, that culture. Yeah. But now, yeah,
Yeah.
now the counterculture is not it's not fighting that. The counterculture has already accepted that. We just don't, there's no more eugenics. Unless it's not part of our culture, in a different culture. I don't know what some tribe somewhere else are thinking. But yeah, we're definitely going through a countercultural clash now. Like there is a left and a right, especially in the U.S. It exists.
Oh yeah.
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 Yeah, except they have all the same policies and none of them are useful to me.
Yeah, well, it's
which side's right to repair? Neither of
right.
them.
So where the policies are the same, okay, yeah, well, you need to question them more. I agree. And where people are so super polarized, you need to question that too.
Exactly.
Have you noticed the commercials being different? I consider the commercials I'm seeing to be propaganda.
Yeah.
Always has been.
For
Always
what
has
side?
been propaganda. Commercials always have been propaganda.
But like propaganda for something other than the commercial.
If I was a conspiracy theorist, I would say Disney is trying to
Okay.
make people believe things and they're trying to engineer like
Yeah.
social opinion that this is good and enter things into the zeitgeist, basically.
Yeah, it's in the movies.
Well,
too.
the thing is that every party does try to push their own cultural zeitgeist. So it's not really a conspiracy theory to an extent.
Yeah.
It's just a part of human behavior. God, I remember my dad.
Sorry.
Huh? Go on.
What do you do in your job?
I wash dishes.
Well, what happens? Like, what do you have to do? What's gonna happen when you go to work?
Go in. I wash dishes.
Okay, but so what is washing dishes?
It's an act of work. Physical labor.
Okay, so you're paying attention to that part of it, but I'm asking about the like what like you stand in the dish pit, and then dishes come, and then what?
I clean them.
How do you
I
clean
put
them?
them in the. Spray them down. Scrub them. Put them in
Do
the
you
washer.
start with this one? Do you choose this dish over this one? Do you arrange them in a certain way so that it's more efficient, or?
I mean, I tried to essentially, what do I call it? Compact the box, like fit as many in a cart as possible. Just essentially physical sorting, and based off of whatever dish is like low, I'll prioritize washing those.
Okay. So you just
Yep.
rinse and then run them through or you have to organize them in the bin or you organize them and then run them through. And then
Yeah.
you have to put them back where they need to go.
The thing is mainly whenever I'm just doing a lot of a lot of my pondering, it essentially slows me down. In which, like, I gotta say, I think Hank had the best form of advice. In which, yeah, I just need to write these shits down because I'm just gonna keep thinking about them otherwise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's got to have some outlet. So do you mean like if you were like focused and like, pushing yourself, then you would just get it done at the speed that you want?
Probably, yeah.
And as you're doing that, you lose focus and start thinking, and then you slow down. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because I'm essentially sorting. I'm essentially like I'm essentially just figuring out like other things in my mind. Like
All right. All right. So you like, so you think, so everything's fine, but it's just the part, like the way you do it is fine. That doesn't need to be more efficient, but
it's speed.
it's the focus.
There is, yeah, because I'm essentially focused on other things. The thing with me is that I'm not I'm not like there isn't a lack of focus. It's that I just hyperfixate on like one idea and take it all the way. And of course that takes time. So I'll keep just going back to that idea.
Yeah.
And that essentially makes it to where okay, now there's a low focus in other things, which is where it looks like which is where it looks like I'd have ADHD. But in reality, it's because I'm so hyperfixated on this one thing.
Yeah. So so let's say you are focused on doing the dishes, like, it's physical or whatever. Like, do you fixate on the sensation or something about that while you're doing it?
Fixating on the sensation.
Yeah. So it's kind of like what I'm suggesting is like if you're gonna you're gonna be fixating, then if it's not like in something that you're thinking about, and then you direct your focus at the work, but then do you also fixate there too, and then that also makes it hard, or is it really easy?
There are times where I can fixate on essentially the physical dishing aspect to where it's like, okay, I'm gonna make sure that every plate is spotless before it goes in, because the dishwasher is just like kind of shit at washing the plates. There'll be like little crummies, or like it won't actually it won't actually clean them all the way out. So I need
Yeah.
to put some extra oomph into it. And also, I just like I need it to be done like proficiently, and I will sacrifice as much time as I need in order to make sure that whatever work I do is done right.
Yeah, I relate to that. Yeah, so you like, I think, yeah, that makes sense. That's gonna be hard because I would say I'm imagining like if you focus on the work,
Yeah.
you're like focused, but then you focus too much on and then people tell you just stop being a perfectionist.
I'm actually confused about something. What's the machine for if you have human dishwashers? The humans just finish the job.
It blasts shit. It blasts the dishes with just high levels of sanitization.
Yeah,
Neat.
just you can just stack. You just get the dishes all like thing and just move the cart through, and it just
You cook them too. It's like really hot.
really hot.
And yeah, you could cook the dishes while you wash them.
Oh, okay.
That's how it gets the stuff off.
And
But no,
There's
no,
also
as a
something
dishwasher,
that
you're
really-
supposed to get the stuff off before you put it in the machine. Yeah, for sure.
yeah, and
yeah.
that takes time and scrutiny.
It doesn't have to be perfect, but you just have to basically loosen up anything that's stuck to it and get rid of most of the gunk. But
I mean, yeah, you get the.
But the thing
it
is that
gets
it
the
has
stuff
to
that
be
that
perfect.
stays stuck.
The
after
thing
you
is
move
that
it.
the thing is that it has to be perfect because the dishwasher itself is shit at doing what I can't do.
right.
Shit is doing is like it's just worse. It is just worse.
I mean, there's nothing
But
wrong
the one
with
thing that
there's
really
nothing
like
wrong with I've done it too. You put it in the dishwasher, you take it out, it's not perfect, you scrub where it needs to be scrubbed, and you shove it back in again. You just keep doing that process over and over again until
Yeah,
it's done.
it's faster.
I swear I I got so annoyed at a coworker who was just like he was just like giving me like these super shallow tips, and I'm like, I know how this fucking shit works. I can fucking do it. I know how this shit works. Stop.
Right.
I figured it out. Stop fucking giving me these shallow ass tips like I can't do it myself, because I fucking can. And then he goes and takes over. And so I'm like on the drying side. And then the plates that come through have a bunch of shit on them. And so I'm like, okay, not only are you giving me these shitty tips, but then you can't uphold them yourself and are being hypocritical. Nice. Okay, that's how you really piss me off.
Yeah, I know people can be like that. Definitely. That's not you. You know, that's just being that person just doesn't inconsiderate. That's just, you know. Yeah, but it's like you just gotta like keep being proactive, because like maybe it sounds like maybe like an OI thing. If you get stuck in like an OI thing, you have to like keep breaking out of it, because maybe the dishwasher needs to be cleaned. Like the grate has a bunch of food stuck in it. It needs to be. You need to open it up, and you know that's why it's not. The dishes are coming out with spots because you didn't clean the.
Oh no, I make sure that's thoroughly cleaned.
And then
Like
so you just have to like really like keep trying, like, you know, maybe like, oh, that's not working, proactively like thinking, try like this, just to like keep making it like until you get to like a place where your mind is just doing something that's efficient. It's just doing the efficient thing because you like push yourself to keep getting used to it, you know.
Yeah, I think another issue is that like on the fly thinking is just it's not normal. That's not what I do normally. I don't think on the fly. I have to stop and like really think through like what I'm doing.
That's what I do. I'm on the fly.
I have to just completely solve it out. So
yeah,
and that's why I'm
okay.
slow, but that's because I'm essentially I got called by like one of my teachers, I think ENTP, INTP, but he was just honestly a really cool guy. He essentially called me a constructivist.
So Nico, you're stuck?
Not really.
You can't do things in the moment, is what you're saying? You're stuck?
Yeah, you could say that, yeah. That's my observer shit. There you go.
So how do you get unstuck? I don't accept that you're stuck. I don't know why you accept that you're stuck. To be honest, makes no sense.
Well, here's the thing. It's temporary. It's temporary stuckness. I'm not gonna be stuck.
Good.
It's just currently. It's currently I'm a little slow, and I'm back, and I need to speed myself up.
Yeah, you need to pre-compile
It's
some of the stuff.
It's just essentially how do I stop the guilt and shame of that from just shutting me down? Because especially whenever you have essentially coworkers and whatnot kind of mean mugging you or just like talking behind my back, it's like there's a concern. Again, that also might just be my own delusions.
No, it's probably not your delusions, man. You're not a normal type person. Like, you stand out. It's not a bad thing. It's just what is. So people are going to try to process you. Like, I need to process you. A lot of the time I'm like, okay, what's Nico going through? Like, you know what I mean?
Fuck. So like, God damn it.
I'm going to try to process you behind your back. I don't understand you.
I'm not broken.
You're not broken. No one thinks you're broken. But that's just the way people are. They just process people behind their backs because they don't know what to make of you. And that's okay.
Fuck me. Fucking hell. that's been a big underlying theme of essentially my whole typology journey, and why it's like, and essentially why it's become one of the most difficult puzzles I've ever undertaken. Is because it involves the perspective of others as well as the perspective of myself. So it's like I don't fucking know how other people are processing me, like unless if it's in a vacuum where I'm simulating it myself.
Yeah, and you're gonna. I had to find my piece with that. You're gonna have to find your piece with that too. Like that's just the way things are.
Yeah.
You don't know what people are talking about behind your back. You can't know, and that's like nobody knows. You have to accept that.
Yeah, it's also just like,
And anyone that's going to come and tell you is not doing it to help you. Put it that way.
it's also just I think it's also just like a combination of that and my own self depreciation that happens essentially after I realize that, to where it's like, fuck, I'm slow, and then that sadness and like that anger towards myself kind of makes me slow down more. That is like, in speaking of which, a little side tangent. Damn, I really admire that about, like, at least like the masculine FI saviors. It's like the fucking, how the fuck do you turn anger into power? I can't. That is like, or at least, okay, that's very defeatist, but like, damn, I can't normally. That's what I'll say. Holy fucking shit.
Yeah, it'll. Yeah, it's not like there's always like a lot of room to grow. You know, it's just part of the you'll grow to have that. You know, it's like not necessarily like you're supposed to.
Yeah.
There,
And
there's-
I can completely concur with that. I'm still growing. And it sucks. It does suck that I tend to bring like these negative-esque topics to the table in these chats. It's just I think this is like one of the first times that I've had a group where I'm comfortable processing, like where I'm actually comfortable talking about them.
nice. That's good. Yeah, it's just like, what can we make? What can we do with it? You know, like we can, like it's okay, but then it's like if it's not gonna, like we find a way to like, oh, we can take this and then we can make it into like something that's gonna make a difference for you, and like something for us to talk about, where like now that's bringing up stuff. Now we're talking about things because it's bringing up stuff, you know, and we're exploring something because you've brought that.
I think the main thing that I need is just some form of like group empathy, and like just I do think I need like more emotional regulation therapy. But
Yeah, I think I get what you mean.
Yeah, just careful of how much of your needs you're putting on the world. But yes, everyone needs connection. Everyone needs to find meaning. Anyone, yeah, all that.
You don't want to hurt yourself either by being vulnerable in times that where it doesn't translate to helping you. But it's also like, because so you have autism diagnosis, right?
Yeah.
So does that mean that like you don't really know what's going on in terms of theory of mind? So you don't really know what, like, so if other people are talking about you, then you don't really understand like what they're doing, but they think that you do because that's how or it's like other people, they're just assuming that they do have the theory of mind going on. So then they don't understand. So then you're gonna always be in this. You keep getting in a position where it's like, you feel you're treated as if you're broken because, right? Does that happen? Someone.
Like, I suppose. I think it comes from a lot of what do you might call it? I mean, it does just stem from a whatever. Fuck it. I think I'm about ready to channel change. Yeah, that's right. I'm using the magical power of OE.
Well, do you feel better
Yeah.
a little bit?
I think I know what I need to do. I think. Oh yes, I think it also is that I think I fuck up the NF a lot. Like
Everyone fucks up the NF. Even the NF leads fuck up the NF. Don't worry about it. It happens.
Yeah, because people
fucking
don't
hell.
But yeah, they take responsibility for it and they get better for sure. And yeah, if you're realizing you need to start taking responsibility for it, then start doing it, man. I agree. If you think you're fucking up the NF,
Fucking
then
NF.
yeah, do better. I'm sure you'll do better.
Shit. Yeah.
I mean, how many people out there are
starting-
fucking up the NF and don't realize it? You know what I mean? It's good
Yeah.
to realize it. Yeah.
I'm starting to see out of like all of the essentially out of all of the weak points, I think the NF is like one of my strongest weak points, or at least the biggest. I don't think I'm a blockhead either.
Yeah, Claire
Anyways.
says he's coming back. Claire says he's coming back. You got a call.
Okay. Anyways, yeah. Hey,
Yeah, you're going through it, man. You're going
I
through life.
appreciate it. Yeah,
That's
kind of getting the 20-year-old getting the 20-year-old kick ass.
I mean, the goal is that you're able to kick your own ass. You don't need anyone else to, but I think you do that a lot already, man.
Shit.
Yeah. Who's in charge of you there at the job?
Oh, just my boss. Just some.
Your boss? Is he accepting of your growth? Like he's really the only one you need to talk to. Everyone else can go, you know.
He's the one. He's essentially the one who kind of told me I was slow. So it's like
You're slow. So what did you answer when he told you that?
I'm like, fuck, shit. I mean, I essentially apologized and told him I'm gonna work on being faster.
Yeah, perfect. Exactly. I mean, you thought really well in the moment. That was good. Yeah, you got to say, I know you're right. I'm working on it. Give me some more time. Basically.
Yeah.
And so then what's stopping you from being in the moment? Maybe
essentially
this talk sounds like it shook you up, though, right?
this talk.
Yeah, the fact that he told you were slow, it shook you up a bit.
Oh, it shook me up a lot.
Right. Do you think that's enough of a shake up to make you go faster?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, I mean, it's a high stress job being a dishwasher. Being fast is always constant stress.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
like it runs very counter to essentially the way I'm built normally, and that is like more of a pondering type.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I never had the choice. So
Me either.
yeah, so there you go. I mean,
I'm like,
it sounds
those
like
the
I mean, the universe is asking from you what it's asking from you, and you need to answer the call. That's it.
yeah. Nice enough.
Is that what that was? Okay.
I think. I don't know,
Alright.
man. Maybe some NT.
Sure, whatever.
That sounded like M.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying you're wrong.
Holy shit. Oh, that's
Yeah.
another thing. That's another thing I'm tracking. Just the amount of, like, a bit on the side. It's just that's another thing I'm tracking. It's like how to stop overthinking because I do that too much.
Yeah.
And I don't even like catch myself do it, or like other people catch me. Like the essentially the overthinking and like I guess you could say unnecessary overcomplication.
Well, do you think maybe you're taking on responsibilities that are greater than your meager human self can handle with what you're thinking about?
I mean, what thinking like just pondering abstract philosophical shit. I mean,
Solving existence.
yeah, no, I mean that's like no, I mean it's just kind of solving existence just kind of it kind of happens.
Yeah.
It's like that.
Yeah, but
Gotta
I
work
mean,
on the omega theorem.
you'll
It's
never be able to
constantly
do it, right?
evolving.
You'll never be able to
Yeah.
solve existence, right? Okay. Just wanted to burst that bubble if you still think you can solve existence.
No, that's a yeah. No, I can't.
All right.
But it's
You can make progress.
I essentially talked about that on my shave doc of like holy shit, the amount of overthinking that I do is causing just an immense amount of dissonance. And
Did
it's
you get
just
your sight back?
nope.
No.
Nope. No, they probably systematized it to where it's like just a month away on the dot.
Yeah. I don't know. It's been varied. So sometimes people get their type back really, really early and really, really quick. Some at one point they were staggering it so they could, deal with the customer replies. So they typed a whole bunch of people really quick, and then they dealt with them. When they stopped communicating with them, they moved on and that kind of thing.
They talked about like, oh yeah, now's a good time to submit your video, but I'm like,
yeah,
but I was essentially getting, I essentially didn't have because of the essential struggle to get a job, I didn't have the amount of money to do so. So
right.
well, actually, it was still technically, it was still technically all according to my initial plan of of that, but the concern happened. The concern lies in if I miss that, essentially that observer pathway of was this the right time. I mean, I'm gonna get my type back anyways, so it doesn't really matter too much. It's just I'd like to be able to. I'd actually like to talk to, Dave and Chan, because yep. There's the heavy decider shit. Anyways,
Yeah.
just gonna blatantly change the channel again on that, using the magical whimsical power of OE.
I'm supposed to start going to bed anyways too, but thank you for joining us, Nico. I really appreciate
what
you being
time
here.
is what time is it for you?
Midnight.
Oh, midnight. Oh shit. Hey, man,
What time is it over there?
it's 4.
4.
Yeah.
So you didn't work today, or you did?
Oh, I did. Oh, also, yeah, that's another thing. They cut my hours because I was going slow. Yeah. So not only was it difficult to find the job that I am with, slash my hours, because I'm essentially too over processing.
You're not doing the work. I don't care about how much you're processing. You can process as much as you want. You just got to get the work done.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I had my ass kicked when I went to military school.
Oh shit! You went to nice.
Yep. Not nice. No.
Okay.
It's not a hell of a thing.
How did you get? You know what? I guess that'll be for next. I'll remember that.
No, yeah, whatever. We can talk about it whenever. It's not a big thing, but yeah, like ever since then, dishwashing was nothing. Just putting it mild.
Yeah, bet. Shit, military school.
Anyways, yeah. Have a good night, and thank you. I appreciate you being here. And David, happy birthday to your sister.
Oh shit! Happy birthday to your sister, David.
All right, have a good one, everyone.
Have a good one, Matt. Thank you for having me.